Is it on? Okay. Welcome to the Breakaway USA show. We are live from the REPLATFORM conference in Las Vegas. It's been a fantastic conference so far, and we are joined by the one and only Marcus Pittman, who is the founder of Lore.tv, which is a groundbreaking video streaming platform, and we're really excited to talk to you about what you're doing in the parallel economy, what you're doing with video content and film, and potentially the MTV for
that's right,
the new age.
The underground punk rock entertainment revolution for conservatives. That's what we call it. It's good to finally meet you, man. We've been talking for a few years on LinkedIn, I think, and whatnot, and so it's exciting to actually meet you, and we just met, so it's great to meet you as well. So
we're super excited to have you on. Tell us a little bit more about Lore TV and what you're trying to do with it, the problems you're trying to solve.
Yeah. So I led advertising for PureFlix several years ago, and I realized that most all conservative faith-based movies, you can lump them together, but they're all marketing towards 55-year-old women. So there you have this rom-com sort of mentality for like faith-based movies. And the reason they did that was because they were targeting the shoppers at Lifeway Christian bookstores, because we had distribution there, right? And the target shopper of Lifeway Christian bookstores were 35-year-old women and above. So they started making music for women and movies for women, and that way they could sell it after the theater or when they listened to it on K-Love, right? So that's where we had that. And now those Lifeway Christian bookstores are all Spirit of Halloween stores. They bankrupted, right? They're gone, but they shut those down without any alternative distribution means. And the conservative film audience or the conservative film companies just continued in that market that they were going after, which was still women, right? Still women. That's why like 4 of Daily Wire movies have like female action hero leads, right? But Ben Shapiro's against women in the draft, right? So it's like they're still targeting that, like they're still going for that, although they're trying to do a more edgy version of that. But we found out through a marketing agency that we hired that there's 43 million men who consider themselves Christians, conservatives, but they buy whiskey and cigars and tithe to their local church. And so that's our audience. We call them cigar and whiskey evangelicals, the ones that are zinned up, those are the ones that we're going after, making movies and content for them. And so basically what we found was like this. So the two problems for conservative filmmakers are lack of funding and lack of distribution. That's the thing. And so we decided, is like, what happens if like Kickstarter or Netflix has a non-woke baby, and we allow the monthly subscribers to spend their monthly subscription funding movies and TV shows. So because with Netflix right now, you have no say in what movies and TV shows they make for you. Streaming flipped. It did a massive flip, a power balance. When you went to the movie theater, you at least said, I want to see Tom Cruise in Top Gun. And you're paying for that to see that. But with streaming, you don't have that option. They just take your money and then they make gay rom-coms, right? and they're like, this is what you're going to see now. And you don't really have a choice, because every now and then they'll put out a Stranger Things and then, make that gay in the last season, or right? So like they always put it in at some point against your will and without really your money motivating that decision. In spite of your money, actually, they do that.
Yeah.
And so that's why we created Lore, and the monthly subscribers spend their monthly subscription funding movies and TV shows. And we really just want to be a place where we want to be a place really that is the foundation of the parallel entertainment revolution, because we don't have a place for young filmmakers and young talent to become Tom Cruise, right? You don't just pay a lot of money and get a Tom Cruise. You have to actually, yeah. Well, you can, if you give a lot of money to Scientology, then you can become Tom Cruise. But that's just not how entertainment works. There's an underground entertainment infrastructure for artists. There's comedy clubs for comedians. There's Saturday Night Live for comedy actors, right? There's ways to create low risk forms of entertainment that create blockbusters in the future. And so that's what we really want to be, is just that low budget punk rock art house.
But you're going about it a little bit different than a lot of these conservative type films, right? Because from my understanding, it's not going to be like overtly Christian, overtly conservative. It's just going to be good American films.
Yeah, it depends on the artist. So like our most popular show right now is called Barely Biblical, and it's animated teddy bears reenacting the most violent Old Testament Bible stories. And like blood is stuffing and circumcision is whether the bear has a nip in their tag or not. It's brilliant. It's done by a Nickelodeon and Disney animator, super high talented guy. The guy that voices Obi-Wan and the Clone Wars does the voices of the teddy bear, like super high end.
So this is like Happy Tree Friends for Christians.
It is, yes, it's Christian Happy Tree Friends. But that's the point is, like, that's what the artist wanted to make,
right?
Like, and nobody would take it, and we were like, this is the greatest idea we've ever heard of. People are stupid not to give you $1 million right now. Like, it's just stupid. And so we signed him, and that's our most popular show. We just finished the script for Lesbian and the Lumberjack, which is a rom-com, satirical rom-com about a lesbian who was born and raised in Portland, and she gets a flat tire in a lumbering town in rural Oregon, and gets a flat tire, and a lumberjack comes to her rescue, and she realizes she's not gay. She's never met a real man before. It's a phenomenal script. All the gays from Portland come to rescue her from the bigots, and you realize that the gays are actually the bigots. It's fantastic. We just finished the script. We're beginning casting on that, and we'll be fundraising on Lore for that film at some point. But again, these are things that these are things that the artists want to make. I think if you let the artists make whatever they want, it's always going to be in accordance with what their worldview in some way. But yeah, like you said, like Lesbian and Lumberjack, we didn't do that to make a political message. We were like, that's a really good story. Right, like that's what really fueled it, and then we got standing ovations every time we pitched it at conferences. So we were like, well, I guess we got to make it now. But yeah,
it's incredible what happens when you let artists be artists, right? Without having layers of bureaucracy on top of them.
Right. So we don't have that in the conservative space. We have a lot of bureaucracy in the conservative space, especially Christian film. Christian film is neutered. When I worked for PureFlix, they had me take guns and anything that would resemble violence out of trailers, and so we created this very pristine, polished, worse than Hollywood sort of bureaucracy around what artists can do, and the artists hate it. And then conservative space too, because there's a lot of money going into like the higher end conservative media productions, and so those are that way too. What you have to have is you have to have a way for artists to create content with as little risk as possible financially. And when you do that, you can give them more freedom. But when you're spending $10 million on a production, you have to be like, that's a bigger risk. But if you're spending $100K, you can just let them do what they want, because you really can't even produce a good 30-second commercial for less than $100K. So if they're like, I'm just going to make a cartoon show for $100K, like you just go do it, man. If it's really bad, it's good advertising. If it's really good, it's really good advertising, right? So we figured out a way that, like, let's make productions for the cost of a commercial that most companies would spend on a commercial, and that is how you build up an entertainment culture. This is what Saturday Night Live does. Sketches don't cost a lot of money on Saturday Night Live. They put them out there, they bomb in public, and they fail. And sometimes you get the Tom Hanks Mr. Pumpkins sketch that Tom Hanks didn't want to do. He thought it was stupid, and that wound up him doing an entire 30-minute Halloween special, animated special on NBC, just from a stupid Saturday Night Live sketch. Or you get an Adam Sandler, who's the most successful financially producer of all time that's come from Saturday Night Live right now. He's just mainly making pretty conservative family films. But he started Saturday Night Live, and now he's a multi-millionaire, owns his own studio, and he works outside of the Hollywood studio system. A lot of people don't know that, but he just has a group of friends that he makes movies with, and his condition is that every movie he makes has to be in a cool location for his friends and family. It takes the families too to go and make the movie. So So yes, but like you don't get that without him bombing every Saturday Night Live on jokes that didn't work. But you had like Lorne Michaels understands you have to take that risk. And Lorne Michaels goes and grabs these guys from underground comedy clubs all over the country and makes them into Adam Sandlers. And so that's what we're trying to build, is that Saturday Night Live for conservative entertainment.
So why aren't more conservative-minded people thinking about entertainment the way that you are? Because like the way that I see it, it's like we all know that the entertainment industry has all these agendas and they're trying to do some really bad stuff, but we don't necessarily have a huge answer for it. Except for what with what you're doing. Like why aren't we building up studios all over the place? Why aren't more people doing what you're doing?
So conservatives like power. So we see media as a way to make power. So you know, we want to be cultural influencers, right? But what we really need is a focus on just making great art, and that the other stuff will come later. But when you're using art for power, you get propaganda. When politicians make movies, they make political propaganda. Like that's just and so all of our investment in funding content comes from maybe political right-wing organizations, and so that just makes propaganda, right? So that doesn't really help. I think the other thing too is I think conservatives rightfully reject postmodern art. Like we reject postmodern art because we say there is no way a banana duct taped to a wall is worth $100,000 unless it's used for money laundering, and it is used for money laundering. You know, I know a guy, he quit the art community working for the 5 major galleries because they were like, we need you to make art that funnel Clinton money. And he's like, screw that, right? Because that's all it is. And so conservatives rightfully reject postmodern art as being having the value that it says. But I think in response, we take our money and go, well, I'm not going to invest in any art. And we assume that all art is postmodern, as opposed to saying, no, there is actually good art and there's bad art. There's rappers that are good and there's rappers that are really bad and will never get a deal, right?
Something about that, and I agree with you. Postmodern art is trash.
Yeah.
Postmodern ideology is trash.
Right.
Why don't, and this is not just for conservatives, but overall, the art and culture, why don't they push for classic type art to be built again, statues to be built again?
Yeah.
Like the stuff that we are renowned and are in museums all over the world.
Yeah.
I think a renaissance of that art should be coming back.
Yeah. So a lot of people say that the woke entertainment has failed financially, and I would disagree with that. I don't think they invested in woke entertainment as a means to make money, but to further the conversation. Right? So they are winning. Like the fact that there's a whole conference here in rejection of woke ideology and businesses being made in rejection of woke ideology is a successful financial investment for the religion of the left. Right? So they've won. That investment has come through. They don't care about the left don't care about money and economics. Like they don't only the conservatives are looking at the box office failings and going, that's not right. They're looking at the fact that all the conservatives are mad about homosexuality and LGBT stuff being pushed on them, and now they are able to classify a whole 50% of the United States as bigots. Like that's a win. It doesn't matter the success of the movies or TV shows, but we don't invest in art and say, it's really, really important for kids to have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle T-shirts. Like we don't that's not our to have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle IP. Like that's not important to us. We want a movie that makes a political statement, right? But the truth is, people don't your kids are not buying Tucker Carlson action figures. Like they're not. Right. I would buy a Tucker Carlson action figure, but a 6-year-old is not going to buy a Tucker Carlson action figure. They're not going to walk through the aisles of a toy store in Walmart, a toy section in Walmart, and go, "Oh, I want that Tucker Carlson T-shirt." Like it's not that's just not how it works. That's conservatives' celebrities. right? But it's not kids. And so this is why MTV was the greatest educational institution of all time, right? Conservatives, we think of, we're going to make educational kids cartoons about history or whatever. But MTV was far more educational, and they invested in a whole. Think about this: they were willing to put down capital, significant amounts of capital, for an entire TV channel on music videos, and music videos didn't exist yet. When they launched, they had 12. Right? They like, if you read the book "I Want My MTV," they would get in their mailbox. They would just have bands that would just send them the music videos they filmed in their garage, and they would just air it because they didn't have anything else. Music video. There wasn't internet. Like, music videos weren't a thing, and there were only very few music videos that were around, only really by major labels as a way to just do some sort of extra promotion for the band. But they created this whole countercultural revolution, and they didn't even know it was working. Like, this is how, think about investment. Like, they didn't even know it was working. They had no ads for the first several years. No advertiser wanted to do it. And then they went to some of the executives went to a small town in Oklahoma, and they went to a record store, and they looked for an album that they were playing from an artist they were playing on MTV. And the record owner said, "No, this is playing on MTV. That's completely sold out." And then they were able to go to the record labels and say, "We're selling out every music video we play on MTV." And so, but conservative investors, we want to see those numbers and finances and reports first. It's like, who would invest? Which conservative investor? What metrics would it take for you to invest in the Wright brothers building an airplane? Well, how many people are going to be do passenger flights? I don't know. We don't even know if this is possible, right? And so that's a sort of level of investment, risky investment that we need. And the Bible speaks about that. The Bible speaks of the investors that bury their talons in the sand, and Jesus rebukes them for doing that, right? For not, he says, "I could have made more money in a bank," right? That's what Jesus said. So I think we have to start thinking in terms of, like, let's just invest in things that push the world where we want it to be, in the sense of, like, let's invest in the Wright brothers so that maybe our grandchildren can invest in Southwest Airlines. Right? So it's more long-term thinking than that. That's how the left invests. But we don't. We what's the exit? I was like, well, we're not going to exit because we don't want leftists to own this thing that we built. Like, we're not going to do it. We're going to be the world's largest privately held media company, and your children are going to have equity that you pass down to them. That's how you're going to make money on cash dividends. That's how it's going to work. And then you're also going to be able to invest in major motion pictures from artists you haven't heard of yet that got their start on our platform. But we're building that foundation, and it's a 20-year game. It's a 20, 30-year game. It's going to take a long time. But that's how Disney was built. It wasn't built overnight. It was 100 years.
Yeah, it's very true what you said about music, television, MTV, and how they perpetuated the culture. Because I remember seeing like the old P. Diddy and Mace videos with, and those things were like actual movie productions where they had yachts and professional cameras, and first few minutes was just a movie.
And a lot of filmmakers got their start making music videos on MTV. So because they didn't tell the music directors what to do. They just make a music video, and it's it's a 5-minute video, so they could do whatever they want. And you created this whole underground film revolution that happened as a result of that, and reality TV too. Later on, you had Real World that came out of MTV, and then you had I Want to Work with Diddy, right? That was one of the best reality shows of all time, right? And so, but all of that came out about like Real World was really the first reality television show. Right. And so that's another area. There's no conservative reality shows. Why the heck not? Like if we're worried about making low budget productions, why the heck is there not a whole conservative reality TV network? It doesn't make any sense. But that's just not how conservatives think in terms of that sort of financial investment. We're just not there. So
how would an artist come to you and say, "I want to build this"? What's the process?
Yeah, so you have to smoke 2 cigars with us. Our chief content officer says you never really can trust an artist until the second cigar. But no. So we go to conferences. We go to film conferences, Christian conferences, conservative conferences, and then we usually just hang out, smoke cigars, and we hear your ideas. We do pitchathons, but you can actually go on our website. If you go to loor.tv, there's at the bottom of the first page there it says creator. And if you click on that, there's a form, and you can look on. You can do that, or you could just email our chief content officer Jason JASON at loor.tv. And the main things we're looking for, it's not so much the story. We want that to be creative and stuff, but we like our interest isn't really so much in that as much as it is. Do you have the experience? If our subscribers raise money for your production, can you actually deliver that product? So we're looking for mainly experience, and that doesn't necessarily mean Hollywood experience. We just were in the process of signing. One of the people we did sign, the Wild Brothers. You can go and watch their whole 21 episode series. They were missionaries in the jungle, and their parents bought a video camera so they could do reports and send back to their home church. And their kids became really good nature documentary filmmakers as a result of playing with that camera throughout teenager years. And now they're in their 2021, and they're insanely talented film guys. That's called Wild Brothers, Highlands to Island. You can watch that whole series on Lore. So everything that gets funded on Lore, we take a 2-year exclusive on the streaming rights. And then that way our subscribers can watch it. And then also subscribers that come later will be able to watch all the content that's funded. But the filmmakers own all their IP. We don't think studios should own IP. We think your grandkids should. That's very important. But we help the filmmaker find other means of distribution and merchandise deals. And we want to create businesses that support the artists without taking anything away from them.
So going back to the Christian or the conservative reality TV shows, have you been pitched any, or what are some of your ideas of like a reality show that we could do? Because I think that'd be really fun.
Yeah, I think game shows are really great. Who was it? Did Elon Musk? I think Elon Musk retweeted something like it was like woke Jeopardy sort of thing, where you get a bunch of woke people and you ask them who would you rather save? Or I forget the specific of the question, but it was like which is worse? Like if you had to choose, it's all the questions you can't ask AI. Like AI can't make a decision on, but you ask woke people that for money. Yeah. And the correct answer is you save the life of the bigot, as opposed to like Hitler. Right, you save the life of the bigot, of course, right? And so, you do that for money. Like that was a really fun game show. But there's a lot of reality TV shows. I think, especially, I think a great show I want to do is a show that shows inner city black business owners fighting against the government and regulations to build their own businesses, like stuff like that, that'd be amazing. I really want to create content for black inner city culture that doesn't exist at all in the conservative landscape. We'll see Tom McDonald and Ben Shapiro do a rap video together, and that's a meme. Like it has zero cultural impact. Like no one's like, oh man, Ben Shapiro just did rap, I'm gonna be a conservative now. Like it just that's just it's just not happening. It's really great for views. It's really great ad, but it's a meme at the end of the day. It's not a cultural shift or a cultural movement. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that conservative space needs to have cool people as part of it. Like people that you want to be like. That's not like it's. When you see Ben Shapiro, yes, you may want to be like him, but it's like extremely hard to be like him. The guy's just very, he's
Yeah.
a unique character.
Yeah.
But if you see someone like, Tom McDonald, okay, I can be a rapper. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
You see a lot of people. So
Yeah.
at least it gives them something to maybe aspire for, but for a good reason. To your point about creating content for Black and inner city kids, I think it's critical because all the content that gets created for them is done by the big media entertainment companies that are meant to turn them into consumers.
The Black inner city, they do not get their news from MSNBC. They get it from Charlemagne the God on The Breakfast Club, right? That's where they're getting their news from, and they're getting it from Jay-Z and Beyonce. That's where they're getting their politics from. But they're not watching MSNBC. They're getting all their news, all their cultural positions is from art and entertainment. It's not from 24/7 local news. If it was, MSNBC would have way higher ratings than it does. But nobody in the Black community is listening to Joy Reid. She's not a threat to Black culture. She's not. It's not happening.
Oh, you're totally right. All right. Last question,
Okay.
and then we'll wrap it up.
I can
here.
do this all day, man.
Well, I can tell you're fantastic at this. Why do you think conservatives are so good at talk radio, so good at podcasting, but they're not necessarily good at the entertainment part?
I think we've embraced this. It's a false idea that facts don't care about your feelings. I think it's false. The truth is that feelings don't care about your facts. And an example of this is the way conservatives fight. Let's talk about abortion. We'll say abortion should be legal even in cases of rape and incest, because rape and incest is only 0.1% of all the abortions in the country. So we can't make a whole blanket rule for 0.1%. Where the left comes and says, here's this person, she was raped. She was forced to give birth to this child, and now every time she looks at this child, she sees the face of the one who raped her. That's a story that is keeping abortion alive, and nobody cares about that 1.1%, because as a human who's supposed to care about people, that takes precedent. Even though it's really good her child is alive and she didn't murder her child, right? Like that's obviously the point. But they create narratives to push their political agenda, and we're just really good at facts. And I think there's a lot to be said about the fact that we're the only ones that can do talk radio, because talk radio only survives with truth. And so, right, like you can't really build a following around a lie. And so much of the left's political facts are so inherently opposed to humans being image bearers that it's very hard for them to gain a solid following for a lengthy period of time. So we should continue to own talk radio, but imagine what happens when we own culture and talk radio at the same time. Like, that's unstoppable at that point.
Wasn't there a time where they did have a much larger grasp on culture?
Conservatives?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Well, we had, so way back when Hollywood first started, we brought in religious groups to basically act as censors for all the movies and TV shows. So we brought in a Catholic, a Jew, and a Protestant, and they were responsible for saying, we don't want that, like, that's over the line, that sort of thing. And there were consequences for that. Like that was good and wasn't good and bad. But eventually the church said, we don't want to do that anymore. And we gave that up to the Motion Picture Association of America. We created the MPAA, which became a regulatory body on the Hollywood film industry and stuff like that. Created unions, right? So that's how the left gets in, right? Through unions and that sort of thing. And then that's pretty much what is controlling Hollywood right now, are the unions and all that sort of stuff, which is a really great time to create an underground entertainment culture that works outside of unions, and that gives artists more freedom. And there's just no way there's no way a free economy and free artists can lose when backed financially well against a highly financed, unionized Hollywood. The conservatives will win every time. That's why Top Gun did so good, just because the story was just masculine. Like, we don't have masculine entertainment anymore. Even the fighter pilot they tried to put in Top Gun 2 she didn't even have a significant role. Right. And I think Tom Cruise is smart to do that because, women fighter pilots, they can't pass they had to lower the standards for being a fighter jet pilot because their bodies couldn't do it. And somebody told me, they said the only reason they let there be women fighter pilots is because they had drones, so they weren't as essential anymore. But anyway, that's a completely different narrative. But when that's reflected in a movie, even though if you don't know the backstory, it's still inherent to who you are as a human. And you're like, oh, that's a good story. The men are saving the world. So.
Well, Marcus, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Can you plug your website and your socials again?
It's loor.tv, and we're raising money right now. So if you're interested, there's an investment page, an investment sign up there, or you can email me, Marcus, MARCUS, at loor.tv, and we're going to build this thing out. So.
Well, thanks for joining us. If you're watching this and you have money, go invest in Marcus.
Thank you.
All right. Good to meet you, man. Yeah.
It's a great interview.
Yeah, thanks, dude. I got my start in podcasting, so.
Yeah, you're fantastic. I love it.
That was Mark Pittman of Lore TV. We had some issues, technical issues that we're solving, so that's why Jennifer and I are sharing the microphone right now. But we have someone else here. Someone else that I think it's time to get her on camera, right?
That's right. Welcome to the live stream, Brianna Robertson, the one and only, the viral sensation, the one that gets reposted millions of times and never gets tagged. Welcome to the show. She is one of our breakaway USA contributors. We're so excited to be at REPLATFORM and actually be meeting for the first time in real life, which is kind of fun. So Brianna, how are you doing?
Good.
What's going on? I don't know. Maybe we are. Maybe we are.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like having the mic. I don't really like sharing that much. I wasn't really good at that when I was a kid.
Do I need to sit closer?
Yeah, however you want. Yeah, so this is an interesting conference. It's really cool to meet people that aren't just like at a conference just to see people. Everyone's here to like do business. So if you don't know what this is, REPLATFORM is this conference where David Ragsdale, very, very cool guy, he's bringing together merchants, banks, entrepreneurs, businesses that got deplatformed or that are dealing with censorship, like all of us, just to start a new platform where you connect the banks, which have the money and the ability to create bank accounts, and you have entrepreneurs who need to process payments. And you basically allow that economy to build parallel to the current economy, which is ridden with terms of service and stuff that changes all the time. So that's basically what it's for. Super cool. But yeah, and we have a lot of good speakers here too.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the conference so far?
It's good. It's good. Lots going on here. Lots of cool people I want to talk to over there.
Yeah. And today is the second day. So it's 3 days. Tomorrow's the last day. And if you're tuning in on X, Rumble, YouTube, wherever, make sure that you add us. You add us on all the socials, breakaway_USA. But we're gonna find some more people to interview here. A lot of people.
Yep.
I saw a line forming a little bit.
I saw a line forming. We're probably some of the only friendly conservative media companies here. I heard that New York Times and NPR, Rolling Stone is here, and they're trying to get like gotcha pieces. Not fun. We don't like that. We're just trying to get some good interviews and help people and grow the platform. So that's what we're doing.
They're trying to get us, but we're gonna get them if they come around. guys are watching our stream New York Times.
Come talk to us. Don't be scared. We got Fabian, the man who went up against the LA. You went up against the person who's running for LA City Council, who by the way bombed, right?
Yeah, she actually ended up bombing. I don't know if it's because of the interview I had with her, but you know, some people say that I came off aggressive. I did, because I was like, her views are just ridiculous. So I'm going to press you if I think what you stand for is dumb.
Yeah.
I'm not going to throw softballs. Just, you know, like if I'm going to interview Hitler, I'm not going to throw him softballs. Like,
Exactly.
So
exactly. Like, I think that's also important to understand too, because there's this idea that conservatives have to be like nice and kind, and like we are to people who have like normal views,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
But when you're actively destroying like one of the biggest not companies, but one of the biggest cities in America, one of the old great cities in America, like LA could be amazing.
and it was like
Yeah.
even you know, when I moved to Hollywood in like 2012, it was a whole different vibe, whole different. Like, obviously you still had problems, but the more time I've lived, the worse it's got. Like, literally the worse it's got.
Yeah. And I think that we've come into this area of crisis because we've let people walk all over us.
Yeah.
And we're not firm on our beliefs, and we want to, you know, be people pleasers and kind. And I think it's time to just, be aggressive with someone who's running for city council.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Because like, here's the thing: in a lot of ways, like city council for a lot of people, it's like, oh, you know, I live in a small town, blah blah blah. But like, this is one of the biggest economies in the U.S. because it's LA. And doesn't California have like a bigger GDP than like 20 countries?
Yeah, so California would be the fifth largest economy in the world.
Oh, in the world. Okay, so it's like, yeah, it's one of the biggest drivers of
It's crazy.
America, and it's going downhill like crazy. So
Yeah. By the way, I just wanted to quickly plug Freedom Water.
Freedom Water.
So Freedom Water, our sponsor, making it happen. Thank you for sponsoring us. And the water is actually really damn good. It's like it goes through like a 7-stage filtering process, then has reverse osmosis, then has a UV filter on it. So they definitely did some good work with that.
So I was homeschooled, so I didn't take biology. I don't know anything about what you just said, but I know it doesn't have fluoride in it.
No.
And so this water won't turn you gay.
Yeah. So check out freedom20.com, promo code breakaway for 15% off.
They're a fantastic company.
Yeah.
We love working with them.
Yeah.
And that brings up another subject. So we're at a parallel economy conference. Are you going to step away for a second?
No, I'm going to grab.
Okay. Yeah, we're at a parallel economy conference. And it's important to understand that a lot of conservative media isn't really being supported by all these big woke companies, right? So I've done a little bit of research on this, and just like the media is owned by 3 or 4 of these huge media conglomerates, marketing agencies are also owned by the same kinds of people, right? And so I think there's 3 or 4 huge agencies. It's kind of hard to track because they all roll up into this one kind of big conglomerate entity, but they have DEI and ESG rules in them. And so if you don't make content that they like, they're not going to let you have any advertising dollars. And so people who are trying to pursue a career in media, it's really incredibly hard to make it. So we're really excited about REPLATFORM. We're really excited about all the brands that have come on board because it's really important. And I think that's important for people to know as well. So, but yeah, so like we're really excited that we're doing this. I think we got another interview tuned up here. It's kind of crazy here. We're in a booth, kind of in a corner of it, of this trade show, of this conference, and people are filtering through and kind of watching the interviews live. It's kind of fun. I don't know if you guys have been to like an AmFest or a CPAC or something like that, but it's kind of like being on Media Row, and we're really excited. Hey Fabian, does he want to come on? Yeah, let's come on. All right, we got a guest. We got a guest.
I think you like this one.
Yeah.
And he gave us
All right, we're joined by Larry Carpenter.
With Red Brand. When I die, don't let me vote Democrat.
Larry, I'm Gentry.
Good to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you too. So you have this fantastic hat company.
Oh no, not hat companies.
Not hat company, but a promotional hat then.
Yeah, we do promotional items, but we're a full service ad agency out of Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay.
And so I'm helping doing the graphics here, but mostly, when I'm back in regular type of mode, I'm doing a lot of web design, web hosting, promotional items, you name it, anything that goes with a full service agency.
Yeah. I love it. So when did you get red pilled? Like how'd you hear about all this stuff?
So I've always been extremely.
Do you want to move the mic a little bit closer to your face, just so we make sure the audience?
Yeah. So I've always been super conservative. Even when I was 18, I was so convicted in my beliefs and trying to even keep Texas somewhat, because we're going down this path of we've got people with R's next to the name, but it doesn't mean anything, and there's so many different battles that we've got to tackle on all fronts, and it's a never-ending story. I mean, we just had Super Tuesday, and we got rid of some really interesting characters and replaced them with normal people. Yeah.
Right. Well, I heard that the local DA race was really interesting.
In which county though?
I just read the headline, so you have to educate me.
Well, we had the local county races, then we had the statewide, and then we also some statewide elected officials, such as the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Yeah.
So Ken Paxton, he's had a major problem because there's so many of these spider webs and different tentacles that are going around that are preventing him from actually prosecuting voter fraud in Texas.
Right.
There was 3 incumbents, and they got booted because he actually put a strong, concentrated effort in getting these guys off, and the the good guys end up getting on, and we'll see what happens when they take up the court case again on reinstating him to be able to prosecute voter fraud.
Yeah. Well, because there's a huge Bush, what would you call it, cartel?
Yeah.
Right. A huge Bush gang that's trying to make Texas not Texas.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the people that are moving in, or are you talking about just like the bad elements that are coming across the border as well?
Well, I mean, Texas is kind of being attacked on all fronts. It's being attacked by California and the border, and Bush trying to get all these crazy people in the office.
I will say that there was, it kind of shocked me, but it didn't, because we had people that we thought were strong folks within our government at one point, and then they came out and they were supporting some really, really bad people, like trying to go for office, and like Rick Perry was one that I was quite shocked. He was helping. What was his name? Dade Phelan, the Texas Speaker of the House, and that was one guy that we were trying to add. Like everybody and their grandmother was trying to help vote, and when I saw Rick Perry on the front trying to help push him across the finish line, or I should say, drag him across, but like Dade Phelan still got into a runoff. And that the runoff's going to take place later part of May. We'll see what happens, but I just can't see him making it, especially with the climate that we've got going across Texas. People are mad, People are absolutely. I mean, we're getting played like a used pawn shop fiddle, and people cannot stand this. But I think this is probably the most that I've seen in any type of people voting in Texas, that they're actually very passionate about getting involved. So I think if there's going to be any type of major sweep, it's going to be now. And we've already seen that, but now we're in the runoff, and I think that we can get rid of the rest of the...
So what do you think about Austin and the Joe Rogan effect that has been happening in Austin? What's your thoughts on that?
Sorry, is the Joe Rogan effect and people moving down to Austin?
Well, so Joe Rogan moved from LA to Austin, and on his podcast a couple times, right when he moved, he said, there's a reason why I moved, and if you do move, don't take your politics with you.
Yeah.
Have you seen that happen? Have you seen people come from liberal places and actually change how they're voting?
Oh man, so I would say when I ran for office in 2022, county commissioner, third largest county in the state of Texas, Tarrant County, I saw a lot of stuff go down. But one thing that I did find is that people are moving based upon their political affiliation and their political philosophy. So you get people that move to Tarrant County, it's the third largest county, like I was saying, but we still have been able to maintain a conservative balance. And people are moving in from California, they're moving in from Oregon, but we're getting the good guys. Now you take in the equation and you put in Travis County, which is where Austin is located, and Dallas County, where Dallas is, you don't have the conservative element as much because people know why. In Texas, they moved to those two counties, the liberal faction of America, and look, my sister, her husband, they live in Northwest Austin, and they have been. That section is okay, but the rest of Austin, they have completely blown up, and they're now taking direct aim at that portion of Austin as well. And they're not even near the city center, but yet you see homelessness just rampant in an area that's 20 minutes outside of the main city center of Austin. So the policies that the Austin City Council just seeps a toxicity across the entire. It's like a big network of just crap happening. But yeah, I will say in Austin in particular, though, they are getting hit hard by people that move from California. And just within 10 years, I was down there 10 years. I lived there for about a year. I saw a massive change from 2014 to where we're at now. And in Austin, it's not a salvageable county at all.
I'm going to go fix some audio stuff.
Are you?
So do you think that people from LA know that they're bringing the homeless with them?
I don't even think they care at this point, because when you leave a state that's actually the turd stain in the underpants of society, right? And you leave that and you come to Texas, well, I mean, Texas is like heaven for you. But I think that I lived quite a bit of my life overseas, and I've seen so much that probably most people don't see as living in the U.S. and I just don't think our people are there. They're not conscious of what they're leaving behind, and then they say, hey, look, I'm going to come to Texas and I'm going to flood it out with these policies. I love it too, man. Yeah. Which one do you like? That the mesh back, or do you like the full?
I like the mesh backs better.
Here,
all right,
take that one.
Let's switch it up.
Absolutely.
Let's switch it up.
I kind of like to have a little breathe going on, especially. Gets a little hot, right?
So the hat says, when I die, I want to vote Democrat. And I think it's a fantastic hat.
And then got the logo on the side. I think it looks pretty catchy too. Red Brand Media.
There we go. Red Brand Media. So you guys do promotional content, you said, and web design, or?
Oh yeah, we do it all. I do a lot of web design, a lot of promotional items.
Yeah.
Anything, yeah, it's it's a never-ending game. I mean, when you own your own company, you've got to work overtime, but at the same time, there's a lot of benefit because you don't work for corporate America, so you can't be canceled, right? And that's the main thing is, we're here for one reason. Well, not one reason, but one of the main reasons is to really help build up a strong parallel economy. And because I feel like if we don't do something like this, where we have the large gathering of folks that want to forge this thing, we're going to be in some deep trouble. We've got to get that conversation moving, where people are motivated. They feel like they're actually. Yeah, there's so many folks just like you and me and everybody else, but they don't want to get involved because they're afraid that if they speak out, they're going to lose their job, they're going to lose everything. But they envy what we do, but they're afraid of saying the most innocuous stuff, because they, 10 years ago, something that you would say now, I mean, you get fired. And it's not even, there's nothing offensive about it, but they create the standard, and the standard keeps on going low and low, and the media thinks it's great. I mean, they don't even know what rock bottom is, and they drill all the way down to the depths of hell, and past that, they go into the core.
Well, the left is just progressing to oblivion, in my opinion. So,
it's unreal.
I will say, I've actually lost 2 jobs because I've been unbelievably outspoken on social media. And I'm a single dude, so I don't have a ton of responsibility.
Yeah.
You figure it out. And you get a whole bunch of freedom afterwards to, maybe like leaving that job is gonna help you start a company, or go do something that you want to do, or maybe you invest in Bitcoin and you hit the lotto. I don't know, something like that.
Actually, when something like that happens, I totally believe all this happens for a reason. And when you do lose a job because you're outspoken on something, it's meant to be. And something so much more kick-ass will open up, right? I mean, just like even what like Tucker Carlson, he got fired. I like how they try to cover it up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we let it go." But when he did that, just think about how much more his brand, his name, everything flourished, and then he's just like, yeah. It kind of hits you for maybe a couple of days, like, oh man, I can't believe this. I can't believe my life is, not going to go right. But then you just let it sink in. After a couple of days, you're just like, man, this is the best thing that could ever happen to me. So never try to discredit, the fact that this is something that is. Yeah, it's supposed to happen, and you'll be happy. I know it kind of sounds like moral, but at the same time, you will be happy because you're gonna see better benefits. Yeah.
We're gonna test the audio here for about 20 seconds.
Yourself, and by understanding that mechanism, we reverse engineer it.
Stay with us, folks. Stay with us.
Don't break away.
Yeah. Don't break away, but also follow us on Breakaway.
Yeah,
no, that's what we're called.
The breakaway.
Breakaway USA.
Your subscapularis muscle, because the subscapularis muscle is related to the heart meridian.
Sexy sauce
So,
microphone.
and I found that out because
And I'm glad that y'all showed up for this. It's super.
Yeah. Yeah.
How'd y'all find out about the platform?
So I found out about it on LinkedIn.
Just recently?
No. I think 6 months ago.
And
Yeah, so I saw,
something happened.
I saw Rebecca posting about it. And then I reached out.
Parallel economy.
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
probably
Yeah.
what was trending with
But
parallel.
I think because I have a fairly large audience on LinkedIn,
Uh-huh.
and so maybe she reached out to me or I reached out to her. We found each other through something.
Man, y'all need to get on Gab. Are y'all on Gab?
So, no, Gab doesn't have the audience.
But just get it going anyways. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Get it going because
Yeah.
you never look. Man, we're in some really strange times.
Yeah.
I got mine going probably about a month ago with Red Brand, and I get what you're trying to hit that audience. Just like when people say, "Oh yeah, I'm conservative, but I'm not gonna get on Rumble."
Right.
I just say like double post. I know it might just.
Well, I mean, right now I'm on we post on Instagram, X, Rumble, Spotify, Amazon Podcasts, Apple Podcasts. I don't think we're on True Social yet, but we should get on True Social. But like that's a lot to manage.
Oh, I know, man.
That's a
y'all do
tremendous
all this
amount.
work as well. Y'all do all the social media postings and the graphic.
Yeah. So we're a startup. So
Just recently, how long have y'all had the company?
So we started in early November.
And y'all already got a decent amount of followers now.
Well, we were all influencers anyway, and so we just came together and we're like, let's figure this out. Let's get this going.
I like thinking, man, because I mean, you say you got let go from your company.
Yeah.
Recently, you did.
So I got fired from one in 2022, and then last year. So.
And I'm telling you, I will say when I'm one of the co-founders of Red Brand Media. You'll get to meet the other one.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you that the biggest motivating factor for ever starting a company, especially now, is the Brandon administration.
Yeah.
Actually, if it wasn't for Brandon and his toxic policy, I don't probably wouldn't have been as motivated because you're just like, man, how bad is this going to get? And the next day you wake up, you see crackling and falling, and you're just like, damn, dude, this is
it's also one of the best times to start a company, right? Because if you look at all the really, really big companies, like I know that we don't like a lot of these companies, but like Microsoft, Uber, Airbnb. Microsoft started during a recession. Uber and Airbnb started after the 2008 crisis. Airbnb started basically a real estate company after the house, which is nuts. It's crazy, and they've been able to
do an interview.
They've been able to just like skyrocket. So I think that if you can figure out how to forge through,
Come to the front. I'm doing an interview right now.
if you can figure out how to forge through this time, I mean, I don't see, like, if you just don't quit, I feel like people are going to be successful.
It's. And you spoke a lot of truth.
Oh, falling.
Spoke a lot of truth on that one. You know, it's there's, man, this is probably the most pressing time and the most motivating time for guys like you and I. 'Cause we can take a lot of risks, right? Because we don't have a bunch of dependents. We don't have any of this stuff that the normal like, a family doesn't want to lose stuff, and they're afraid. And that, they've hijacked every single facet of society. I mean, we could have done it for ourselves. You know, the conservative movement. Oh, use this one. Are we going back on now? Is it already on? Yeah. Okay. I think, no, I don't think I know. So we could have fully taken over everything, all the facets of society, the way that makes it work, from CEOs to boards, to social media accounts, big tech, all of this. And we could have had them working for us. But instead, we got behind and we allowed the left to fill that void, and that's what's going to happen. And they know exactly what they're doing. So how can you actually recover from that? Because I mean, the left, when I say the left, like the Marxist Democrat side of things, they use a lot of like super sketchy Marxist tactics to go after their opponents. And I lived in China for 2.5 years, and I know a lot about this. I mean, they didn't just take a few pages out of the Marxist playbook. I mean, they snuck in and got the full book. And you see all those different places they use. But history always repeats itself. And you see that with the Cultural Revolution that took place in China, and then these moronic people. Well, I shouldn't say that because they're actually smart, but we got to bear the brunt of all this stuff because now we got to work twice as hard to stop this. And not twice as hard, probably like 15 times as hard. I mean, we had to fight like a corner dog to stop these guys.
So what do you think? If you kind of make saving America into like one concept, one simple thing, like what do you think the one thing is that people could do to help save America?
Vote with your wallet.
Vote with your wallet.
You know, I made a pledge with myself. I used to drink Starbucks. It's like no more. You have to be disciplined, and if you're disciplined, and I see. I mean, you look at a lot of people in America; they're huge. I mean, they're not disciplined in the way they eat, the way they live the lifestyle. So how can you tell them not to go and eat and drink at Starbucks? I guarantee you, a lot of these jokers that go in there, I mean, they probably in some way know that they're supporting these terrible policies, but they're just like, I just want my Starbucks. Well, hell, a lot of people used to love Bud Light, but nobody wants to drink train fluid anymore. They're just like, I'm done. But we have to get to that point. You have to say, I'm willing to like get rid of my Bud Light. Honestly, I just don't think we have discipline because we cut down all this. Like within society, we're taught to do what feels good, and you go with that. We're just don't have anybody that's. Well, I should. You just don't have a large section of society that is willing to push back. And when you do this. The way that the Chinese government does it, when the kids go to school from when they're 2 years old, they're heavily indoctrinated. But it's the complete opposite of what we do here. and they are super disciplined. You know, they're going to sit there, they're going to protect China, they're going to go learn math, reading, science, all the stuff that really matters. If you try to tell their kid that they might be the opposite gender, man, your ass is gone. You're out. You know, you're going to be. They don't have a judicial process or anything like that. You're going to go missing, and that's the truth. I always thought that was a joke, but it really is. You're gone, and they're not going to call up your family. They're just going to, you won't even know where their graveside's at. But they just don't put up with like dumb stuff, and they see us. So I got a lot of friends that are Chinese, and they really do laugh at us. They can't even believe it. They see the stupid stuff, and they're just like, "Is this real?" I mean, really. Even westernized countries don't even do that. Like the New Zealand, Australia, they don't do it as much, but they've got some goofy policies. But nowhere this country goes above and beyond the Call of Duty when it comes to indoctrination on a very bad level. That doesn't do anything to boost our country. There's but yeah. I mean, I think you started with the question. Yeah. So what do? You vote with your wallet, right?
Vote with your wallet,
and you have to do it. And you have to be. It's like, why do we need to use PayPal? I mean, you have Gap Pay. You have all these things that are within the parallel economy that we can use to help benefit our side.
100%.
But we just have to have people that say, look, I'm willing to give this up. I'm willing to give that up. And
well, what I think a lot of people still don't understand is that a lot of these companies, even if they're not overtly woke, they are donating money to the DNC, to super PACs that are trying to like actively destroy America. Right? Like even so, I've got some friends that started a diaper company called Every Life.
Oh yeah. Actually, I was promoting them for even the REPLATFORM, trying to get them to come here.
Yeah. So really, really dear friends of mine, but they went to this conference to check out like it was this big diaper conference, and the whole thing was about like the diversity, inclusion, like all this garbage stuff.
Yeah.
And they were essentially saying that sorry, the audio is kind of messing me up, but like a whole bunch of diaper companies are donating to Planned Parenthood and other like abortion things, and they're like take the like ideology out of it, like take the belief system out of it, and just think of it from like a business perspective. They are killing their future customers. Yeah, and it's retarded.
Yeah. Well, we think it's retarded because we're logical thinkers. We're normal thinkers.
Right.
Stop thinking normal.
Right.
You got to get in the head of the enemy. You got to think like super stupid. Like, but what are Marxist Democrats thinking?
Right.
And it's so hard, and you don't really want to like transition your mind to this. But at the same time, I mean, to get to know your enemy, you gotta do this and kind of go to their head. And I had to explain that to a few people. You know, you just cannot. You stop thinking normal.
Yeah.
Think about, but you say that, but at the same time, I mean, just look at anything that's in our food. If it's not for big pharma, right? The great medical industrial complex, or you talk about the military industrial complex. I think with those two, if it's not for wars and for the people being like fat and being on all sorts of pills, man, what are we gonna? Something's gonna happen not so good within our country, because you're gonna have we're gonna have some people starting to go broke, you know? I mean, just you're killing your customers. Yeah, I get that, but and that's why do we have all these open borders? I mean, they're just bringing in their new base, right? To replenish and just redefine, bring in their new base and bring in the new American workers, basically. At some point, because I think they'll have to. I'm totally against any type of legalization of illegal aliens, because I mean, hell, we could have like up to 30 million. Like 10% of the country could be 10% of the people living right now in the U.S. could be illegal aliens.
Right. And they're not assimilating. I think that's like a really important conversation that we have to have. They're coming in and they're not like, they don't love America.
That's right.
They love their country. Like, who's that idiot Congresswoman Ilhan Omar?
Oh, yeah.
Right? She went on some Somalian thing from, I think it was Michigan or something like that, and she was like speaking Somalian, and it was like America is going to be like Somalia's like biggest ally.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a threat, and it was ridiculous. But you're right. They're trying to replace us, and I feel like people don't really want to know these, to use Al Gore's language, these inconvenient truths, but they are.
Yeah.
Like it's happening. I mean, that's part of the reason why I started doing social media, is I saw all this craziness going on, and I kind of got obsessed with it, and I couldn't stop talking about it.
Yeah.
And like, I had to get like the message out, and since I started, and I started in 2020, it's gotten crazier and crazier, and I keep waiting for this moment for people to just like get so mad, but they haven't.
Yeah.
They haven't.
Well, it all goes back to what we originally talked about. Like, people are not willing to risk because they've upped the ante so hard, and like I said, they've taken over all facets of society. So when you see them taking over big tech, your CEOs, your board members, you look at any of this stuff. If you just say anything, and then why did they do all these diversity, equity, inclusion classes at all these jobs, or how to do all this diversity training, and people are just they're just fully indoctrinated. They don't want to risk anything, because if they do it, then they know they're going to lose their jobs. So they're always holding these carrots and sticks. Even going back to the COVID thing, it's almost like an insult to people to say, "Hey, look, $70, and we'll give you if you take the COVID vaccine, we'll give you $70," or all this sort of stuff.
Or a freaking donut.
Yeah. But yeah, it's our population is scared, and we've been geared towards that because we have allowed the people at the top of the echelon, the power structure, to take over, and use and weaponize it to go after the conservative cause. And every single year they just up and up the ante. So soon they're going to say, "Hey, you can't say illegal alien." Like, they want to limit every single way of speaking, and that's what they do in China. They do it hardcore. Nothing is funny in China. You see how they try to cancel comedy. Like, if you go into China, I would do stuff just to have maybe someone laugh, right? In China, they got big fish tanks of live fish. And I was like, man, this would be so cool at a restaurant, right? I was just saying, man, this would be so funny if we just got a fishing pole and start fishing. They're like, how's that funny? Because there's no such thing as comedy. They don't have comedy. They cancel all of that because within a Marxist society, nothing should be funny, and that's the kind of BS that they want to bring here. Cancel every single thing. And like, I'll give you an example. Even my good friend that works at Lockheed Martin, and I thought he was a smart guy, but I remember him telling me, "Hey, I just got the shot because they told me once I take it, I can take off my mask." And this is like a conservative guy, but that is probably the majority of people who work in corporate America. Just don't want any trouble. Just help me. And they hold this carrot and stick up to people, and they take it. And they won't push back, because then you start pushing back. HR, hey, he's fired. Texas right to work state. They can say anything now. And then we're not using the tools at our disposal. I mean, what's it? The Legal First Foundation, First American Legal Foundation, headed up by Stephen Miller, right? We should use that. They take these cases pro bono. And we need to start using that, because once you start threatening legal action, man, people start walking around with their hat in their hand.
Well, because they have no legal standing whatsoever to try to force you. I mean, it's like it's got to be all kinds of like freedom violations and HIPAA violations, and like, I mean, you can't really freaking compel people to do that kind of stuff, especially in America. Especially in America. So here's a story that I saw recently, and this is another reason, or another way that we've been lied to. So was trying to figure out like why this body positivity thing was getting like super big, and people were like identifying with the fact that they were fat. And like my kind of funny line is like, you know, bones don't jiggle. Right? So you can be big boned, but bones don't jiggle, right? But like there's like we keep seeing like more and more people like becoming obese. And so I saw this story recently, and it was that obesity is actually a bigger not pandemic, but a bigger crisis than starvation. So there's about 1 billion people that are clinically obese in the world, and only 500 million are, starving. And so right now we have a world that's too fat.
Yeah.
And like that just seems backwards to me.
Well, it might sound backwards, and that's funny you just mentioned that, because I had that topic with somebody recently. With us being the most wealthiest country and everything at our disposal, we have all this stuff. But I mean, I've completely woken up. I used to think that, oh yeah, it's not done on purpose, with the stuff in our food. But I mean, why do we have over half the country that's fat? That's not how it's supposed to be. If you have all this access to gyms, you have access to healthy, clean food, unlike the rest of the world. Why do we have that? Because they keep on promoting all this fast food. And then you look at our type of chickens, the hormones they pump into stuff, and then on top of that, look what they promote to kids: eating cereal. Look, I think if the government says something, or they post something on TV, you take the exact opposite. This is what you always do in China. The government says this, they promote that, you do the exact opposite. And that's what's happening here. Cereal, what in the hell is going on? This is what we like laying in bed, just trying to figure out how to fight this at the fundamental baseline on so many fronts. It's like, what in the hell is happening?
Yeah. Well, there is a push to get back to reality. I saw this thing online recently, and it was really funny, and I reposted it, and I got a ton of shares. But it was like, when you go on a diet, like why when you go on a diet do you go back to eating real food?
That's right. Yeah. It's normal.
Just eat what we've been eating for hundreds of years. Yeah. Go back to eating red meat, because all those doctors were, I think that the data has proven that they've been 100% wrong on all this kind of stuff.
Amen.
Don't hit the table.
Don't hit the table. Don't pound the table like Alex Jones.
Yeah, I do like those episodes.
Or like Dwight Schrute when he's doing the.
Oh man, I started watching him. Yeah, there's so much stuff that goes to that. All these people, they dissect all these problems, and the media tries to make them look like they're lunatics. But let me tell you, the media goes after somebody. That means they're doing something right. That means they're telling the truth, especially as vicious as they go after him, because I can't imagine just thinking or getting in his head to see all this absolutely terrible stuff that's taking place.
Well, Alex Jones has been right more than he's been wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
And we live in a world where that's a reality. Because like I loved listening to him, like even before he got canceled, because I thought he's just freaking entertaining, right? Yeah. And I've always been like into the conspiracies and stuff like that. But when like a lot of people are like, oh, he's crazy, but I was like, oh, this is like entertaining, right? Deep state, all this kind of stuff. But when we live in a world where Alex Jones is right more than he's been wrong, like that's a scary world to live in. Because I wonder what he's right about that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Or I wonder what he's been wrong about that he's talked about that hasn't happened because he's talked about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the media wants anybody that's going to really start speaking a lot like Alex Jones, and even though it's. Yeah. I mean, he speaks a lot of truth. Media really wants to get him off. I just don't. We'll see what happens. I mean, I was kind of hoping that Twitter was going to roll down. I know Elon Musk has got so many battles he's trying to fight, and get these Marxists that come back in and start shutting down the speech.
So what I will say, what I think a lot of people don't understand about the Twitter effect, the X effect, is that it is unbelievably more free than any other platform, like any other big platform that's out there, right? There's True Social, and there's Gab, and there's I don't even think Getter is around anymore, but
Getter's still exists.
Is Getter still around? Okay, but I watched all of these elections happen overseas, right, with Argentina and then El Salvador and then the Netherlands and
Italy.
Yeah, Italy. I think that a lot of those had to do with the fact that X was more free because they're actually able to speak the truth and not be censored into oblivion, right? So I think that people are underestimating that. Like we're seeing that there's some like gender stuff that's happening on X right now, like which sucks, and I think a lot of people are fighting back to have some larger platforms. So I think that people are underestimating the X effect from that perspective. But the other thing too is people in countries that don't have free speech are now getting a taste of what freedom and free speech actually is because of X. And I think that that's more important than we realize, because there's a whole mass awakening populist movement around the world. I mean, we're seeing guys in like Ireland and France and Germany and Poland and all these countries in Europe, and they're doing all these protests, like the farmers in the Netherlands. They're just, I mean, they're spraying poop on these freaking buildings in protests, and it's unbelievable to see. And those videos are getting shared on X, and it's getting people there fired up, but it's also getting us fired up. It's just like this truth, like time bomb almost, that I think is going to go off sooner than later. But I mean, like X isn't perfect. Nothing in this life is going to be perfect, but I really think people underestimate the good that X is doing. By the way, we are streaming on X, so if you are watching us on X, go ahead and retweet.
Man, I love it. I think another. I guess next time I come on or talk to y'all, even talking about the Netherlands election, with Terry Wilders, that was a very interesting one. I really wasn't expecting him to get the plurality of the votes, but I still keep up with a lot of folks that out there. And I kept up with him 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, because when I lived in South Africa, he basically started the Party for Freedom. That's what it is in English. And he was people. There was a lot of people from the Netherlands that were studying with me, and they laughed. They thought it was just a laughing joke, but man, it's not laughing anymore. They're like, my God, I cannot believe he's going to be the prime minister.
Yeah.
It's but that's how it kind of works out usually, because going back to how we're this entire thing, when we speak truth, and the majority of people want to hear it. And Harry Wilders, he speaks truth to the Netherlands, and he speaks to people, and people see that, and they see him as like a beacon of hope within Europe, because it's kind of a lost cause, and many of them, this whole, I kind of laugh in a lot of ways when I hear this diversity is our strength type of slogan, because I will tell you this, the most destabilized and dangerous countries are the ones with a large amount of diversity, right? And when people want to just blow hot air and say that's just a virtue signal, it is not true. You go into countries that have more of a homogeneous population, you do not have mass destabilization like you do in Malaysia, you have it in South Africa, or have it in Western Europe, because of the mass migration of illegal aliens that came over there. Was it under the Barack Hussein Obama administration and Hillary Clinton? They all going up there in the Syrian war, and then we have our situation. Man, there's so much packed
Mhm.
from many different conversations and topics. I feel like we could definitely hit a lot more.
Yeah.
And just dedicate a certain time,
Yeah.
or even just like world affairs.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, Larry, thank you so much for joining us, man. I appreciate your time. You want to plug your company one more?
Yeah, so I'm with Red Brand Media. You can go to our website. It's goredbrain.com.
Mm-hmm.
And we are a full-service ad agency out of Fort Worth, Texas. And you can see all the different types of services that we provide, but do a lot of website design, logo, branding, branded merchandise. Yeah, you name it. We're there.
Cool. Branded merchandise.
Oh, yeah.
Like this.
Amen.
Come on. This is fantastic.
Everybody's like the logo, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the logo, too.
Darby.
Well, if you need a media partner.
Amen, brother.
Let us know.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you, too, man.
Y'all gonna be doing that? Yeah, actually, Julia came by here earlier.
Who did?
Julia.
Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, we should have brought her on.
Are we live right now?
Yeah, we're still live.
I'll tell you in a little bit.
Yeah. Cool.
Let me call her. She said she left the phone call.
Okay.
Should we cut the live stream or?
No. Yeah.
It was good to meet you too.
Again, guys, we are live at the REPLATFORM conference here in Las Vegas. We're streaming live, trying to get a lot of interviews. We are one of the only friendly media outlets here, and so we're just trying to give people screen time, some interviews, and all that kind of stuff. So
I don't want to be by that mic.
you don't want to be by that mic?
I have to test this one.
Oh, cool.
Oh, it's bright back here.
It is right back here. Yeah.
Right. Holding it down on the live stream.
Holding it down on live stream. You know, I actually got my start doing live streams on TikTok.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I would post a video and then go live for 2, 3, 4 hours.
Wow, no
I know,
way. You
I
just
know.
like talk to yourself or?
I would reply to the comments.
Okay.
It'd just be like a Q&A.
Yeah.
So I miss it. TikTok isn't really the same
Yeah.
today
Yeah.
as it was before. But
I used to do it on Instagram before I got banned from going live. And
can you not go live on Instagram?
I haven't for a while. I haven't tried like lately, like the past few months. But,
I can't go live on Instagram until like May something.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got a post taken down from like a year ago.
Uh-huh.
It was a Hunter Biden. By the way, if you're a memer, just stay away from Hunter Biden on Instagram because
He's in the protected
it'll
class.
get taken down. I think Fabian, you had one that got taken down recently by a Hunter. Yeah, so just be careful because they're going back. Like mine got taken down from a post from August, and they're calling it sexual content, and I just don't agree with that. It's like there's girls with OnlyFans. And they're just naked online. And so, like, I don't get how mine is bad.
The bullying and harassment. I called someone a silly goose one time.
Oh,
Taken
silly
down
goose was one of my favorite
bullying.
phrases.
I remember that.
Yeah, I would call everyone a silly goose.
Yeah.
That was freaking fantastic.
Yeah.
But, Instagram is wild. And I think we're getting reported too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Which sucks. Like, I feel like there should be a filter for that. People just not being able to mass report, or if you report a lot of conservatives, you're like, oh, you're a liberal, you hate this stuff, just unfollow. Why not just unfollow, or
A bias filter.
or just mute us or block us or whatever it is. But yeah, I'm gonna try to go get that. What are the names? The Holmes, the PR couple. I'm gonna try to go get them. Fabian, you want to hop on?
He's fixing the audio.
He's fixing the audio. Do you want to hold it down for a second?
Okay.
Cool.
Wait, maybe let him fix the audio first so that everything's good for them.
Is everything good?
Well, yeah, with those microphones, yeah.
Okay, but not these
Should
ones.
he go grab another guest or wait till we fix this?
You are watching a live stream of us trying to figure out Breakaway USA. This is documented us. I think that's kind of fun because
I'm not even the shot.
you're not even the shot.
That's so fun. This whole time.
We are, you're just watching us live, trying to figure this out. I think that's fun. I think that'd probably be fun to watch. Like, how does a company actually get built?
True.
This is how a company gets built, through trial and error, and we're documenting it. I mean, I'm not even doing it. Fabian's doing it, and he's doing amazing. He looks good with his gold chain. He kind of looks like a mob boss, to be honest. Can you hear us at all? I thought you could hear us. Are you listening to us?
I'm on a delay, so I'm.
Fabian's like the guy that gets jokes late and just laughs like 5 seconds afterwards. Since we're just trying to fill space, let's tell the story about how Breakaway actually got started, because it's really interesting.
I don't know this story.
You don't know the story. So Fabian,
Wait, let me just do a quick test. When I hear it in 15 seconds, we'll see how the audio goes. Okay.
we're good?
I'll let you know in 15 seconds when I hear it. Oh, you guys can keep talking. I'm just.
No, we're waiting for you. This is riveting live stream. I guarantee it. You're getting the real raw, family friendly content right now.
Only the highest quality.
Only the highest quality. The highest quality H2O. What was that? From
Speaking of,
shout out to our sponsors, Freedom 2O. They have these really funny one-liners: freedom to speak and freedom to drink. And it's been filtered through like double, quadruple osmosis. And
let me just test to see if I talk like this. Maybe the microphone could pick me up. Let me just double use the mic.
But this water doesn't have fluoride in it, so it won't turn you gay. So you should buy some. And if you're in a state that has Publix, I'm pretty sure they're at Publix, or you can buy it online and use code Breakaway at checkout for 15% off.
it's not picking you up.
It's almost. I think that, yeah, I just heard it right now. I
Really?
think it's like a 15-20 second delay. So, yeah, we share
So
that.
Fabian is not sexually harassing Brianna. He is just trying to get the mic. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
You're getting kicked off live stream.
Oops.
Can I have a hat?
Yeah, for
Please?
sure.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah. I got kicked off a live stream one time because I was doing a live with my buddy who just built an AR-15, and he brought it out. And they were like, nope, you can't do that. So I actually got banned for a live.
Wait.
For like,
I just had a sexually harassing my ear right now.
30 seconds later.
but yeah, he brought it out on a live, and I got banned on TikTok
No way.
yeah. I think my whole account got deleted actually that day
Wow.
because he brought his AR-15 on a live.
I've
There's
never had a TikTok account deleted, but they get so shadow banned that I just end up deleting them because it's like all getting 0 views, you know?
Oh
Because from
yeah,
like hundreds of thousands to like nothing.
it's so demoralizing.
Yeah.
It's nuts. Although it does seem interesting, like when I talk to people who don't do social media,
Mhm.
they're always like, "You're complaining about getting 2,000 likes." I'm like, "Yes, I am. 'Cause I used to get 10,000."
So much more potential, and you put so much work into your content, so much research, and
Well, you do. I don't. Your content's way better than mine.
it's just different.
It's
not
just
better, it's just different.
It's just different. I'd call it better.
Well, thanks.
You're doing amazing work.
Thank you.
By the way, follow us on Instagram and X and on Rumble, Breakaway_USA, Fabian Lux, Brianna X Robertson, and Gentry Jeevers, and Gentry W Jeevers on X. And then what's your X?
Bree
Robinson.
My name is too.
And then Fabian_1776. Follow us on X too, because I guess a lot of you guys are watching on X. So, but yeah, because we're trying to build a platform. We're trying to make it
We're not
big.
trying. We are
Building a platform, and it will be big. And you guys can get in on the ground floor, and you can say, "Hey, like I was watching you guys when."
Don't mind me. I'm just doing random tests to hear the audio in 30 seconds.
Yeah, you guys can say that you were watching us at REPLATFORM for the very first. What do you call this? It's not media row, but media appearance at a conference, and it'll be fun. It'll be part of the story. And when you see us around, Your laptop's about to die?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's going into power save.
yeah. See, we're having all these technical difficulties. But yeah, welcome to the ride. This is what building a media company looks like, and you guys are in on the ground floor, and I'm really excited. Really excited that you guys are here.
If you say it again, they might believe you.
We're really excited that you guys are here. No, so we just to recap for anybody who is just joining us, we are at the REPLATFORM conference. It is a parallel economy trade show conference. They have amazing speakers, and we have vendors out here. And the whole goal of it is to help people build businesses in the parallel economy, get collaborations, and really help build this. I didn't know this until yesterday, but there is more money donated to 501c3s and 501c4s from small businesses than from big businesses. So
We're out of plugs.
Oh, we're out of plugs?
Yeah.
No way.
What is this plugged to?
That's
Nothing?
wild.
My church is
Okay.
But yeah, so more money is donated to 501c3s and 501c4s
Yes.
than from small businesses and large businesses. And so it's really important to, number one, support local businesses, small businesses. And number two, find ones that believe in America, believe is free, and that aren't donating to all of these woke causes, because that's just, I mean, that's part of the mission at Breakaway too, is to highlight this and help educate people. It's probably a little bit harder because you can't necessarily shop on Amazon, and that's, you know, Amazon Prime is.
I mean, soon you will be able to with.
Oh yeah, you
Public
can.
Square.
You can shop online using Public Square. Love the Public Square people. Michael, Christina, Lily, all the people that I know over there. Chrissy. They're fantastic people. But go download the Public Square app. Go shop Parallel Economy businesses. All the businesses on there, by the way, they have to go through like a really strict screening process and say, hey, are you going to abide by all these criterias? Do you love America? Are you for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? And so you can rest assured that every business that you see on Public Square is vetted. And you can also check out online. They built this technology to compete with Amazon. And whenever you try to compete with Amazon, I mean, that's not built to just the behemoth, the behemoth in the space. So gotta go support them and make sure that we can make America great again, because America is all about free enterprise and business and capitalism and freedom to go work for yourself and go work for and not go work for the government or, you know, big oligarch type industry like some of these, you know, $1 trillion market cap businesses are.
Should have brought my MAGA beanie.
You should have brought your MAGA beanie.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is that. I'm running out of steam. I got to get some coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, turn over Brianna for a minute.
All right, Brianna, hold it down.
All right. Rolling it down. Problem? This one?
Yeah.
Is this one echoing or?
It's off right now.
What if we had just one person doing interviews and the other, so we can split these up? Cool. Have we been muted this whole time?
No.
Oh.
That's yeah.
Oh.
Everyone's just watching you right now, watching them.
I don't know what else to say. Why don't we resolve this and then resume the live stream?
Yeah, I was just making a podcast.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know how to get it. So
We can just go to office.
oh. Okay. Yeah.
Would it be like devices? Or is that just a Windows thing? Go to my control. Wouldn't it be under like devices in the control panel?
No, I just have to reset my.
For anyone just tuning in, we are resolving audio issues at the moment. We'll have more guests soon. I think it just came up.
Test.
Not working? Okay.
See if people watching it.
It's what it is.
All right, everyone. Well,
Scoot over.
yeah. All right. Well, so if you're just tuning in,
It's what it is.
all right, everyone. Well,
Delay.
yeah.
Should I unmute this?
There's no audio going through that
Oh.
right now, so you can just leave it like that. Yeah. Well, so we're just tuning in. All right. Works like this.
Thank goodness I brought these.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for sticking with us through this audio issue. The problem is that this microphone, this is my microphone, it's great, but it doesn't have noise cancellation for some reason. Actually, I have it on mine. I can do it through here, so I would have to download this on your computer.
That's fine. You need to do that.
You want to try it real quick?
Yeah.
It's just called the Sure Plus Motif. Yeah, so we're gonna try one last thing. Yeah. Oh, you should download it from your.
I don't want Brave.
Okay. Sure Plus Motif. Well, the conference is great. A lot of people around, and everyone's waiting to come on. They're just make sure that we can get the right audio because I don't want to have them on and it's all echoey and everything. Yeah. So we're gonna try one more thing, but overall, it's been a great time so far.
It's making me do all this.
Yeah, just put random information in it. You can put a fake email. I think it does. It just forwards you to the download page. I don't think it actually sends it to your email.
Which one?
MV7.
Should I sign this person up for emails?
Yeah. Why not?
It's like, no. I'll be next. Hello. Oh.
You know what I can do actually? If you guys want to take a little trip, it's a break session right now, but I can actually give you a tour of the. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Download from. Oh, it's downloading. Okay.
Yeah.
What I can do is I can give you guys a tour of the conference if you'd like to see that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to join the stream from my phone. That way I can go and take you for a walk around.
Well, I need you to set this up though. Just finished.
Oh yeah, so drag it. Oh, did you drag it already?
Get rid of all these.
Okay.
Yeah, I already did this.
Okay. I like how so it says, "Do you want to share analytics?" And Brianna immediately went to no. But I did the same thing.
The
All
less
right.
they know about me, the better.
Yeah. I give fake names everywhere I go. So. There it is.
Yes, here I can scoot it if you want.
Okay. Oh, we're going to try to.
Do you want to sit here or are you fine?
No, it's limited. All right. So I'm going to do a little test. Is this unmuted here? Okay. Test 1 2. Let's see if we can hear. So we do a little test. Is this unmuted here?
You have to take this one off.
Yeah. Test 1 2. Let's see if we can hear. No. I'm just testing this microphone to see if it gets the audio.
Okay, but isn't it going to pick up on that one?
Yeah, but we're gonna be close. Let's try that. All right. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. We're watching ourselves 30 seconds in the past. Limiter compressor. The heavy compression. All right, test 1 2. Test 1 2. Let's see if this does it. All right, test 1 2. Test 1 2. Let's see if this does it. You're supposed to hear all that background noise.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll just do it with this then.
Yeah.
All right, guys. No go on that microphone.
We tried.
Yeah. I am going to take you on a little tour of the convention. So let me join from here.
I need to use the restroom.
Okay.
So are you going to take over live stream?
Yeah,
or-
just pick that up.
Yeah, obviously.
Or else they're going to go with you on
Obviously.
to the restroom.
Get rid of this. And I'll find Gentry and let him know that we are ready to go.
Okay.
We're here.
Okay, I think it fixed. Nope. Okay.
Yeah, I actually bought. Yeah, I will push this.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I bet you if you just turn your phone off, it'll be fine. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah.
I bet you just turn your phone off, it'll be fine. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll find one at a Walmart. I'll find one at a Walmart. Cool. Well, I'm gonna do I would just come in.
All right, guys. Can you join the stream and see if it's okay? So we're gonna take you behind the scenes now, so you can check out the rest of the convention. I think there's food, so you're gonna go with me to get some food. You want food? Let's go get food. All right, Brandon's coming with us to get food as well. It should just, yeah, but it should just be the audio from this microphone. You can hear me? Okay, guys, they're gonna come with us and take a little trip, and we are gonna get some food because we are hungry. And I hope you've liked the stream so far, minus the audio issues. So this is a room here where this is where they have the smaller breakout rooms. Go ahead and flip my camera. All right, guys, we're gonna show you around. I don't know how to put the camera on this thing, so it's just a front-facing camera right now. We got Brianna right here. People don't go to GoFundMe. Right. So this is the VIP lounge here. You got some amazing food. Look at that. Very, very beautiful. Very healthy as well. Grilled butternut squash steak. We have some roasted peewee potatoes. We're gonna have some of those. Some grilled asparagus with garlic aioli. Some buns. Little roasted beef. Wow, this is quite an assortment. It's quinoa, ancient grains. Wow. And the classic salad. So it's gonna have the look at that. We got some drinks over here, water, some desserts over here, coffee. I'm not talking to myself. I'm just live streaming. We don't judge around here. Yeah, we kind of do. It's okay. So I'm gonna have some steak.
You went through.
I did. Yeah, I started at the. Can you pour me? Yeah, can you pour me a little bit of this? All right, Brandon's helping me. Just a medium one. This is what happens behind the scenes. That's a good piece.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. All right. David, if you're watching, I think it's time for David Kate to take over the stream right now, guys. David, if you're hearing, why don't you hop on and yeah. So I'm going to get off the stream right now, and then we're going to text David and have him hop on. So 1 second, everyone. Got a stud coming for you. Test, test. Oh, because the videos are playing so cool.
Like 30 seconds later.
That sounded.
It was good.
All right, testing, testing, testing. All right, guys, we are going to be back here soon.
Very conservative. Very conservative. Yeah. I'm from South Carolina. But I mean, I would.
We are streaming from REPLATFORM. Run, want to say something?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
You want me to say?
Anything. We're just talking. I wanted to test.
Are you testing the echo?
Yeah.
So we have.
What has been the highlight of every gift?
That's my question. This one, like,
Take your time.
It's really low.
I mean, they do.
It's quiet.
And so
I think yours is fine.
not
I believe so. Should I scoot over? Yeah, I can move the camera. It's over.
You and I need to get closer.
Yeah, and we'll move closer. Stick that on. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only Ashton Cohen, the creator manager of PragerU. Thanks for coming in, Ashton.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah. Okay, it's about 30 seconds ago, man. Yeah, so you were one of the speakers yesterday at the, here at the convention. And you were talking a lot about how, well, actually, I'll let you kind of tell us exactly what's happening in the state of cancel culture, censorship, and deplatforming.
Well, we were talking. The subject was sort of what happened to journalism, and yeah, I think the Bill the Balance brought some really good points about how you have a few different things that happen, which is the one of the major aspects has been the fact that once Google basically came out, and this is kind of the thing, is these publications had to switch to a subscriber model. As you couldn't live ads anymore, and so they started to play more and more towards the most hardcore, radical members of their audience because that's the people who are making bills, and so that tainted a lot of these center left publications and hard left. You also have the phenomenon where left-wing journalists would only hire left-wing journalists to run to basically replace them, and whereas some of the right-wing folks wouldn't really carry the way, and you saw this in academia as well. So, academia is in 1950s, you had actual diversity, relatively ideological diversity in these institutions, but the people who cared more about politics were the left, and so they only hired people who were left. And gradually, there were no right-wing people left in these institutions, and then when you have culture for leftists, they all try to sort of out-left each other oftentimes and get engaged in security contests. And the question is, what do we do about it? And my point was, first of all, you have to support organizations that share your values, that's truthfully, whether it be independent creators or publications like organizations like PragerU. And we don't really have the luxury of sitting back anymore, because if you just look at the last, say, 10, 15 years alone, one of the points I made was in 2012, Barack Obama was still running on a traditional marriage platform. He ran on it in 2008. He was running it again in 2012 on the same platform. He had to retract because Biden made a blunder, as he often does, and let loose that they're actually broken marriage. What do you think about that issue? But they recognized that it was still too risky to come out and support same-sex marriage. That's 2012. Today, you have situations like, here's one that came across in my life about 2 months ago. One of my mom's employees, immigrant lady, her 6-year-old son came to her and said, "Mommy, my teacher said that I could be a boy or girl or anything I want, or anything in between." So we went from it being too taboo to be in favor of same-sex marriage to within basically a decade. Teachers in public schools in the biggest cities in America telling children that they can switch their genders at 5, 6 years old.
Yes.
This has only been possible because normal people, the silent majority, conservatives, non-crazy people, have not shown the same amount of diligence, the same amount of activism that love has. And if you just continue down this track, you will, within 5, 10 years, be in a place where you rate can't recognize this country in a lot of ways, but it's just accelerating. It's accelerating, and that's what people have to understand. We don't have the luxury of sitting back. You have to be just as active as the most radical leftists you do. You know, it's part of your responsibility as a parent, as a citizen of this country. Because if America falls, there's nowhere else to go. My parents are immigrants to this country. They came here because it was the only place, right? And this place falls from there's nowhere else to go. So support organizations that share your values, that speak truth, that share the traditional liberal values, right? Because leftists have those freedom of speech, freedom to be who you are, protection from unreasonable search procedures like the Constitution, our founding fathers, all that.
Do you think the youth being more politically active is more important than the older generations?
It's more important
Than the older generations?
yes. Well, the millennials are going to be and will forever be the biggest generation of all time, just by demographics, right? Because the less children you have, less children you're going to have to get back to a replacement level. So, you know, there's a lot of talk about Gen Z. There has to be focus on millennials. Millennials are bigger than the boomers. We're the biggest generation. We've seen how much they change politics. Every bad thing that exists in America is because of boomers. It's real. So there has to be a focus. You know, millennials are now not so young anymore, right? I think the youngest one's 26, oldest are about 40. And a lot of them are having kids now for the first time. You absolutely have to be politically active. You have to know what's going on in your kids' schools. You have to push back against it. And you know, Gen Z, we can't neglect them either. You know, we cannot neglect them. We have to. I think part of the issue as well is, you know, we have this gerontocracy on both sides. We're still basically being ruled by the boomers. You know, Bill Clinton was president 30 years ago. He got elected, and our current president is older than him. And you know, Trump, I love Trump. You know, he's also a boomer.
He's getting up there.
You know, yeah, and he's going to be the second oldest president of all time. So we need to have a bench of people who are ready to lead of this younger generation.
Do you see any in the media currently, or even in politics already running, that you think are really promising for the future?
I think one of the smartest things Trump could do is probably take someone like Vivek or Tulsi. I think they have the dynamism to articulate the values that this country stands for and that conservatives stand for, and Tulsi is a Democrat for one time. So is Trump. And I think that they're incredibly articulate. They are heterodox thinkers. They are both people with original ideas. And I think that they can appeal to broad swaths of people. So I love both of them.
Does Tulsi's involvement with the WEF concern you at all?
So I'm not as familiar with that. How involved was she? Because you know there was this the thing with WEF, which was a disgusting organization, but for the first like 10, 20 years ago, they just invite people to come, and then people would like a speech, and then they go like, I'll be really late at WEF. I think he can be one of the most consequential leaders of this century. I mean, no one seriously ever accused him of being a globalist. He brought the fight to the globalists. He came to the WEF to basically tell them how shitty they are and how bad globalism is, basically to fight back against these globalist liberal policies. So how you know how involved Tulsi was?
I believe she's a young world leader, right? She's one of the young. I believe she was a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader.
Yeah. So you know, if it's a matter of her just coming in and giving a few speeches over the course of years, you know, I think that her willingness to basically nuke her career, like she could have taken the easy way out and been a traditional establishment, early capitalist Democrat, right? And her life would have been perfect. And you know, she honestly could be considered for vice presidency. She had that right, that track, and she chose to do things that she knew would make her unpopular among the elite crowd. She didn't have to do that. I have seen, super closely, but like from what I've seen, the first she has made the transformation on the issues. And she's just somebody who I think is a heterodox thinker who's willing to push back against the elites and a lot of these horrible things we're seeing. She's seems to be very well versed in issues. Do you think this is the same thing? Vivek been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Trump did is he ignited a whole generation of almost Elon Musk, where he's a new billionaire, right? He's the antithesis of what you would think a billionaire would be, and it's not Bill Gates. I think Trump has that in that he's bringing back the old Americanism, like just be yourself, care what people think about you, be an individual, whether or not you like him, he proves that. And I think he's kind of doing a little bit of what you both were talking about, where he's kind of instilling that in the next generation of people, the young conservatives, Gen Z conservatives that are very highly conservative as far as we've seen in polls, especially amongst the young men. But yeah, it between him and Elon Musk, people like Dana White, and even like Sean Strickland and people like that, it's like that old 90s idealism of like what America should be coming back.
Yeah. I always try to ground myself to like make sure I'm not out of touch, whenever, I try to keep perspective, right? And so I like to think sometimes like, okay, if I were, I'm a conservative from LA, right? It's still already the first person there. And I like to think, all right, so if I were just coming into politics right now and like the situation, and I see one group of people like these Clintons, Pelosi's, right? They come into office, relatively middle class, and then they leave being worth $100 million. And then you got this other guy, Trump, who had everything, and he's the first president in history to leave office and be significantly poorer than he was when he came in office, to be significantly more damaged in every aspect of his life because of what they're trying to do to him. And he still did it. He still did it. He could have had the most things, like he could have run as a Democrat, honestly. He could have run as a Democrat in the 90s or 2000s, and he wouldn't have looked like any of this shit. But he chose to be a person of principle and challenge the most disgusting force in our country and paid the price for it. And so even if I didn't have any political things, I just looked at that it's pretty amazing. I'm automatically interested in understanding what this person's doing because he did the hardest thing to do. He put his entire life sacrifices in virtually every respect. Whereas this other group of people came in just to enrich themselves and would do nothing to fundamentally challenge the power centers that have corrupted this country. And so just that alone is pretty fascinating. Right?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you're right. Particularly politics, you look at the status of the individual when they got in and when they got out, still in. Like that specifically, you're like, what? Some of these people are in it for the money, and some person was in it. And who knows why Trump initially wanted to run? Like some people say it was likely, other people say, oh, he didn't expect to win it, it was fluke or whatever it is. Like he's still doing it. Right? He could have said, all right, guys, you know what? I have to, I'm done. Fade away, but he's like, no, I'm fighting. And personally, I think that he has had this sense of reinvigoration in what is the American. And I've seen how he's grown as well, even from the first campaign to this one.
Yeah. I mean, just compare him to Nancy Pelosi, who was just he's the arch enemy when he was president. Remember, she ripped up the speech, right? And said that he was Nancy Pelosi is the greatest traitor of all time. She makes Warren Buffett look like a rookie. How is Nancy Pelosi the greatest stock trader of the time? How is Hunter Biden selling paintings for millions of dollars or whatever it is? Like, how are the Bidens multi-millionaires, multi-millionaires, when he had his senator for all his adult life and the senator salary was $180,000 roughly? I mean, like, you don't have to look for those, look at what's art, you know, and look at the kinds of societies that Nancy Pelosi and her activists in California have presided over, all the human devastation. They've created California into a system of super rich elites who are bringing many of the consequences of their actions. And that's what California is turning into, just like every other socialist and communist country, by the way. Communist countries had very wealthy people. They were just connected to the government, right? Everybody else was dirt poor. And that's the kind of society that created. So, you know, you can come local, just look at how certain people have either benefited or been hurt by pursuing their principles and political laws. Now, that's really everything, you know.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how things change so quickly. Where what Elon bought X a year and a half ago, and already the world's completely shifting. Like I always think, what's going to happen by like the next year? I mean, because even this whole Bohemian Grove, all this stuff that people, you know, on the inside do, mainstream media, whatever. If you're on Instagram or any social media site, you never see it. Now with Ryan Garcia talking about that, he's a YouTuber, he's an influencer for the young generation. He's talking about it. Everyone is talking about it. I was just having a conversation with who the other day. Like the left, all these elites that have been succeeding and staying behind and you know pulling strings. The last thing you want is for everyone to know what they're doing. Because yeah, they can make 1, 2, 3 people disappear, or if they claim 56 or whatever the number is now. Like if everybody knows it, you can't off every single one. It's impossible.
I think Elon's another example of what we're talking about with Trump. I think he's the most important entrepreneur of the century. One of the most important of all time. Another guy who had a perfectly easy life, be loved by everybody, which he was. And he was willing to sacrifice his personal reputation, his financial reputation. You saw this President Biden basically say we're going after the guy. This is a guy, Elon Musk has done more for the American economy ahead, and he's seen an individual alive today. He's revolutionized the automotive industry in the United States. Tesla is the most successful, most valuable car company in the world, more valuable than its like next 8 competitors combined. If it weren't for SpaceX, which I'm invested in, the United States would be China in terms of getting satellites to space. It would be basically behind China in the space race. And then he basically saved free speech online, which is essentially saving free speech in America.
So I do question that, because a lot of what Elon's doing does push forward sort of like that WEF, New World Order agenda. And I know social media, Twitter specifically, is part of that. It's in their little diagram. And I do wonder with the electric cars and with Starlink and the brain chips he's developing, if he's really, I guess, on our side the way people think he is. And if buying Twitter was about free speech, or if they allowed him to buy it to kind of quell the opposition.
Well, if you look at what's allowed on Twitter versus what's allowed on all the other social platforms, there's no comparison. I mean, we were talking about that. TikTok will like cancel you, and as soon as your account blows up and say anything they think you're controversial, they'll just end your account. They're even worse than Instagram, Facebook. Twitter is allowing far more comprehensive speech, heterodox speech particularly. Elon Musk is talking about illegal immigration. I mean, you would be banned from all these platforms for even talking about it. He's sounding alarm bells on it. He's taking positions that make him very unpopular with the liberal elites, whether it be on illegal immigration or even things like Biden's mental acuity or being in favor of capitalism. I mean, look at someone like Bill Gates, one of the biggest recipients of beneficiaries of capitalism all the time. If you ever see him say anything positive about capitalism or about constitutional rights, Elon talks about this all the time.
I mean, that is kind of the point of controlled opposition, though, is to control the narrative on the other side. So I do wonder, just because everything he's working on seems to push forward their agenda, I personally don't trust him.
he's uncontrollable. No, I don't think control. Control opposition would be like Mitch McConnell would be more like control opposition, right? It's like, oh, okay, let's have this, immigration package, and this is going to solve the problem. It's like we're only allowing like 700,000 immigrants a year, right? That's the control opposition, right? It's putting up a facade that you're doing something, but staying very much within the lines of what is the consensus among the left. Elon Musk does things that deliberately make put their hair on fire. Like he infuriates them because of the kinds of things he says. And he's just a very anybody who's a heterologous thinker, even some ones on that, they usually find it interesting and have a special like for. I would say more like that.
When you think about
actually is one of the best things. It's one of the best things to ever happen for the freedom cause because it's increasing the access of the nets to everywhere in the world, to rural areas that are going to have access to the internet. It's not replacing any of the infrastructure, it's adding on to the infrastructure in the way that people who are suffering from authoritarian regimes can be able to access the internet. So
I mean, that's what it's being sold at, but I kind of see it as I see 15-minute cities, and I see being on the grid even more, plus the EMF radiation and everything that comes with it.
Satellite stuff is on the grid. That's the whole point. You're going to be able to escape the traditional internet infrastructure by going on Starlink. So it adds on. It's not really on the traditional.
Yeah, I just see it as, like you said, adding on to the grid, which concerns me with the 15 cities.
Yeah, no, I think you should give it on. Give it the benefit of the doubt. It's a lot of us.
For me, so I've heard that heat control op. I heard that Alex Jones is a huge psyop. So to me, it's like, okay, if you're going to allow someone, if you're going to control someone, he's going to completely crumble your entire organization and keep doing it and make you lose power. Then what exactly are you controlling if they just keep bashing you and bashing you? So, and to me, Elon, and I've been a big fan of Elon because I love space. He's Elon 2.0 now with all the social stuff. But basically, he is a problem solver. And I know he's on the opposite scale, where I don't know. But for him to think that someone, I'm speaking from my opinion of him. Like you said, I don't think anyone controls him. And I don't think he would allow anyone to control him because it would not allow him to solve problems.
Here's the other thing. When's the last time you heard liberal elite tell people to have markets? Only Elon said that. None of them ever say something. They're fundamentally anti-human. He is fundamentally pro-human. Everything he does is pro-human origin. You'll never hear a liberal elite tell Americans how to have markets. That's completely against everything they stand for. They want the blood of the United States of illegal immigrants that they can then control. So they'll probably get the first generation. After some time, they'll vote with us. Especially right now with lots of mechanics. But by that point, damage is already done. It only needs 20 years to basically destroy everything. And what about them? But you'll never hear a liberal elite tell Americans have children. That having children is good. I think that's a great best. Elon's only billionaire I can think of, only person that's institution I can think of, tell people that having children is a good thing.
Yeah, I don't trust him. Like the jacket he wore to the Met Gala that said in Latin New World Order, things like that all the time. I don't know. I don't trust the guy
He's
personally.
also one of the world's best marketers. They know how to get eyeballs on things, drive traffic. Tesla has no marketing department.
Yeah.
So all that cost that he's not spending on marketing, he is a marketing army. I mean, it's incredible. And like as I said, people are being influenced by him. Like all these young kids are going to be the next billionaires who want to be like the cool guy. They want to be that Tony Stark guy. That's him. So if he's breeding, if he's helping breed a bunch of people who are going to do stuff like him, and just be unique, it's be their own individual self. I mean, for me, that's a win for society as a whole. Even though there may be a few bad apples in there. Even if he is controlled opposition, he's going to raise a bunch of millionaires that don't even know he's controlled op and do whatever they want. So, That's my take on it.
Also, I like the story about how he ended up starting SpaceX. So he went to Russia and via old decommissioned ICBM to get all the rocketry into the building itself. And I guess when he went, the Russian official, they're trying to like triple the price on him. And he had like a heated argument. Apparently, the Russian guy spit on Elon's shoes, which is a sign of really bad disrespect. And Elon basically said, "Fuck you, I'm going to do it better than you guys. I'm going to take all your business." And that's exactly what he did. Well, we'll know that, in 2011, we retired the space shuttle, and Americans had really no way to get to the space station. And then Russia started charging, they used to charge $12 million for this. We're charging $80 million for a round trip. So we were sending all that money to Russia. Here comes Elon, and he's like, nope, I should get it. No more business for Russia. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, here's my biggest concern about Elon is that they kill him. I'm really worried about that. And he has a team of like people, but he is disrupting some of our interests. I'm actually worried about that. That would be my own concern.
I mean, he's calling out all of these families and he's posting about them, which is they don't want that.
Yeah.
Like the Bilderbergs, the Peace Wars, whatever. I don't know who he's called out, but like so millions of people who never heard these names before, then they go Google it, and then they just expose those families who try to keep that secrecy more.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with those.
Are you a Dogecoin holder?
No, I did early on, and then initial up sold it off, and then you know.
Are they Bitcoin here?
They were here yesterday. I think they.
I think this is another. Probably the PR for them. Some of my family. I think this is another piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Is Bitcoin? I think is one of the most revolutionary technologies in the history of human civilization. I don't think it's exaggerated to say. Just this idea that you can transact with anybody in the world. And no entity, organization, no government stop this. One with the internet connection, Elon's also make sure of. Starlink. I think that you're seeing a lot of conservatives, right, people gravitate towards it and understand it. I think it's one thing that we should talk about that more as well. I think that every conservative should support Bitcoin. The other ones are. I'm not a huge fan of most of the other cryptocurrencies because Bitcoin perfected what needed to be perfected. Like you can't. There's no reason. The other ones, they have full operations, but what Bitcoin stands for, the values stand for, the things that it enables. It's fundamentally a pro-American, pro-human rights, anti-authoritarian technology. And it's one of the first pieces of technology, maybe since it's on the internet, that is fundamentally pro-human rights, and anti-authoritarian. And so much of it, that companies today are enact much of that. They're opposed to all of that. So
and you know one thing that people kind of don't like about Bitcoin, but I kind of like is that you can't really build on it. You can't build infrastructure on it.
They're working on it.
They're working on it, yes. But up to now, it's just. But I think that's actually a pretty cool thing. It's just Bitcoin. It's just one thing.
Yeah.
It's very pure.
So the way it was described to me by some friends of mine, developers, Bitcoin perfected the security layer, and it perfected the decentralization. Those are the bits you need to get right. And some of these other cryptocurrencies, they can process transactions faster, but they're building things like network on Bitcoin, which is going to enable some of that. So the foundations of Bitcoin are perfect. Obviously, it's decreasing in supply every 4 years. It's got the highest stock to flow ratio, which essentially means that the amount coming online is lower than any asset ever. And it's just fundamentally pro-American. You could just imagine the kind of absolutely this thing. So, yeah, I think it's a small risk.
Yeah, I agree, and And I think what the commission with the CBDCs is
Yes,
very
it's
scary. It's
very scary.
I mean,
That is another thing that needs to be on people's radar. Do not fall for that. Do not fall for that. That is how they're going to try to control every aspect of your life. They're going to try to control what you buy. They're going to be able to monitor every transaction. They're going to be able to define some transactions. That's all you over your people today. One. Not going to happen. I mean, the CBDC is solid as string. It really is. And it's going to allow for everything the Soviet Union wanted to do but couldn't quite accomplish. It's going to allow that. And those need to be. I'm actually fairly confident that, at least in the foreseeable future, America is going to come on to CBDCs. But we have to raise awareness now so that people educate about this. This would be one of the most extraordinary things that's ever happened.
yeah, that different classes of money, different classes of people.
Expiration dates on money, different transactions on things that the government authorities deem inappropriate. I mean, we're in the time where he has one. So,
Yeah, absolutely. And the IMF, in conjunction with the Bank of International Settlements, they've already created a CBDC that they, and I don't know how you have the power to do this yourself, but it's legal tender now. So they have a CBDC that is legal tender, and Project Icebreaker is just like a plan that they sent out to all the central banks, saying this is how you create a CBDC. They make it all uniform, and then give us some kind of like. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. But I've seen it. So I'm following what's going on roughly in China. I'm fairly certain it will happen. Maybe not legally, because I would be surprised if it will allow for because they're not going to stand up against it. I'm cautiously optimistic. We have to be. We have to raise awareness because this is what they want. This is 100% what they want, and the ones that happen if there's not enough resistance to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I
Put it
agree
in your pipe and
100%.
smoke it.
I don't know a whole lot about Bitcoin, so, but yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's definitely started. The people who were in it early, I don't know if they were just if they did it for pure profit or they understood.
No, you can see other conversations. I mean, if you look at Satoshi Nakamoto's, you'll put the conversation whoever he was, it may have been Hal Finney, who was one of these early crypto guys, the cyberpunk guys, who's based out in LA. I think it was probably him, someone else acting against Satoshi Nakamoto. Hal Finney got the first one, first Bitcoin transaction of Satoshi. But if you look at the writings of Satoshi as they were developing this thing, this person had a incredible understanding of law, of ethics, of philosophy, of economic policy. He was basically a libertarian, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They wanted to create a system that was free from government control. Bitcoin came after 2008. It was a response to that. It was a response to the financial corruption we've seen. And that was they had a very well thought out, comprehensive philosophy behind creating this thing. It wasn't like some sort of like, let's create this thing for fun and see what happens, or let's create the steroids quick. They knew what they were doing, and Satoshi had a very, very fundamental understanding of ethics, law, philosophy, everything. And so, and the fact that it's an unbelievable story. I mean, this guy created this thing and then disappeared. And it's incredible.
Yeah.
And you know, I believe we still have knowledge of which wallets belong to Satoshi because everything is on the ledger, so you can see the initial wallet stuff, and they haven't moved. They have not moved.
It's crazy. Yeah. Like, so these stories we hear about them, like these types of stories are just so outlandish like this. We hear about movies hundreds of years ago, But this just
it's
happened.
unreal. It's
And you
unreal.
can see all the transactions. You can see it. That's what's cool.
Yeah.
It's not like through secondhand
Right,
account.
right.
It's
Yeah.
right there.
It's unbelievable. And I was actually talking to my girlfriend about this, and we were talking about how crazy this was 2 weeks ago. And she's like, "Why is there a movie about this?" I mean, it really is one of the most unbelievable stories of all time. Somebody creates a revolutionary technology that will forever change the face of the world. It's one of the most important technologies ever created. Then he creates it and he disappears and he leaves it, to run on its own. And it is fundamentally changing so many aspects of life. And we don't know who he is, and there's speculation of who it could be, and they don't make a movie about it. They don't make there's no Netflix series about this. I mean, it's a fascinating story. Why? Well, because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Yeah, and the other part of just how insane this is that, like, imagine being the person, whoever it was that created it, and not ever getting any credit, and being okay with that. To know that you changed the world,
Yeah.
and you're never,
And you don't want recognition for it.
That's
It's
crazy.
unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like if all the signers of the Declaration of Independence was just like made anonymous.
Well, the Federalists who were arguing for the Constitution were publishing under anonymous things, and that's another comparison. And they're also motivated by the same things, right? Expanding power to the people. Standing up for civil liberties and human rights, and basically, what were our founders fighting against was oppressive forces from the elites, from authoritarians. Now, our founding fathers were elites, right? They overwhelmingly came from well-off families, but they were this, and I think there's probably another parallel with Trump too, right? Trump came from a wealthy family, but they were disgusted by the abuses of the traditional elites. And I think you have that a lot as well. A lot of the people who change the world come from the problematic aspect, come from those elite circles that they recognize how corrupt they are, and then they want to actually make a change.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot of Jefferson lately, and the way that he wrote was incredible. I mean, there's a letter that he wrote to King Henry V, was it? Anyway, saying,
the King of England at the time?
Yes, George III, sorry. And he basically said, like, hey, this is what we don't like, and he listed everything out, and if you don't do anything, we're going to do this stuff. And they did it. But going back to you, like, very early on, you were saying that you got to fight like hell because there's nowhere else to go. I was thinking about how big of a risk that they took when they left England because the government was just so bureaucratic and they have no free, liberties. Taxes were going up. I mean, not compared to now, but in that time it was going up. And they were like, yeah, let's go to this random place, not random, but and just start something. Like that's.
And they were young too. A lot of them were so young, like college age.
Yeah, but they were so intelligent. I mean, even at that young age.
That's also a really good point. Is having so going back to the democracy a bit, the end is the best revolutionaries, well, the most successful revolutionaries, the scumbag ones, but also the good ones. They were young. They were relatively young, right? Lincoln was young, but he was a officer. And then took a little office and made himself. There's something to be said about having young, dynamic, intelligent people. They are the ones who have been able to change things.
I think PragerU does that really well.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so as well. Most of our audience is under 35, and so hopefully after this last batch of boomers come out of office, should go to that office, we need to start supporting young people because they're not all retarded. Some of them are amazing, and they're the if you really want to see change in the right direction, profound change, profound pushback against many people causing these problems, you have to support people who have the energy, the stamina, and the
off to this thing.
Yes.
Right? You can get creative with all of it to really make fundamental differences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a big knock that a lot of older boomers have on the young kids. Like, oh, they don't know crap. Like snot nosed kids, they don't know anything. Well, neither did they when they were that age.
Neither do they now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're in the 30-something $1 trillion debt, right? 35 trillion, right? That's all done. It's literally all done. Okay. Let's be specific. That's the boom of politicians, right? We didn't have a significant financial debt. We do now because of the businesses. Housing, right? And we always talk about this housing. You see these memes on Twitter, like, these are folks dancing. And so they bought their house for $500,000.
Yeah.
In many major cities, man, housing, you can't get, LA can't get an apartment. You can't get $2 million, you can't get a $2 apartment for $1 million. They have screwed up a lot of society. They also had, after World War II, era in which they were born, the United States was responsible for, was it 1/3 of GDP? It was either a quarter or 1/3. This was 1/3 of GDP was the United States. So they inherited a country that was literally running all that to save the world. That was responsible for a significant portion, nearly a third of the entire world's economic output. And they just blew it up.
Fumbled the bag.
They just made bad decision after bad decision. Economically, socially, immigration policies as well, I can say. And people would now you hear more about Gen Z, but like growing up, you hear a lot of hate directed towards millennials, shitting on millennials.
Yeah.
And I think we should have something for millennials because look at what we had to do. 2001, 9/11 happens. The first attack on American soil. Right? 2008, as millennials were going out there getting their first jobs, 2008 happens. Millennials crash. The greatest economic recession since the Great Depression. Then we have COVID. I mean, there are 3 significant black swan events happening in the millennial's lifetime. I mean, a lot of this can be traced back to the horrible decisions made by future generations. So, like, I've said this, yeah, and you hear older people. You hear people like Dave Ramsey. So much of our politics, Dave Ramsey, so much of our politics is still, because it's told by boomers, it's still stuck in the paradigm as if we're still living in like 1970s. Yeah. We're arguing about the same sorts of things.
Same thing, right? And I go back and I watch old debates. I'm like, click for someone, or I go back and it's the exact, like you could play that debate now and they're talking about the same exact issues, the same one-line, same zingers. I'm like, nothing has changed. Nothing.
This is what you see, for example, with the Uniparty consensus on giving Ukraine this on $90 billion, whatever it is, like $90 billion. The vast majority of Americans, they're still acting like this is the cool, like, and actually it's even worse than that, because kinds of people who would make fun of Reagan and cast aspersions on Reagan's or Reagan's intelligence, muscular foreign policy ended up resulting in the Soviet Union. The same people who were calling him a bad, they did it with Trump. For his opposition to the Soviet Union, entire lab. A lot of those people are now acting like, so they have both the Soviet Union
But now today, Russia somehow made a threat to Soviet Union was. Like it's
Yeah.
it's insane. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going back to what you were talking about how the boomers and all this stuff. I was looking at tax policy throughout the history of the U.S. And the first tax was enacted, income tax, during the Civil War, and it was only a 5% tax. And then they repealed it after the war was over. So there was no income tax. Then World War I came around, and by World War II, the top marginal tax rate, and I can believe this, was 77%. And FDR wanted to make it 100% over a certain amount. He said because it's good. I'm like, and I couldn't really believe it. I had not known this. It was so incredibly high. From nothing to everything.
Yeah. So when they now to be fair, no one really paid that. I forgot sort of the exception they'd be able to get around with at I know that was based on that. The thing with the income tax though is they had to pass a constitutional amendment. Yeah, that's the federal income tax during the I think the Woodrow Wilson administration to get it World War I. And every American was promised that it would be gone basically at the conclusion of the war. This was a special thing, you know, sort of exception to the war. And then of course now
That's always the case, right? It's temporary. Yeah.
So
just 2 week lockdown.
Yeah. 2 weeks to slow the spread.
yeah.
I think it's almost the anniversary of that, right? In like a week or so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Today is
It's the
March
9th.
9th.
Oh, yeah. March 15th when they shut down LA.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they started threatening people with telephone water power. Remember that?
Yeah.
For destroying, for having grandma over the house.
I was at that party.
Yeah.
I was literally at the party where they had helicopters coming. It was on TMZ, and then they said, "You guys can have a party. We're gonna shut your bar, and they didn't even force you to sell your house, city." I don't know how they do that, but yeah.
Yeah. So legal immigrants get housing, but you're going to suffer and die and have your water power shut off if you allow your grandma to home for Thanksgiving. That's the
You're also gonna kill. Remember, they're also that you're gonna kill your grandma.
Yes, grandma killers.
And I think one of the most sad things is how many grandparents died alone in the hospital during that time.
Yeah.
Like I know people who that happened.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know how. Like you wouldn't be able to stop me from getting into the hospital room. I don't care. You're gonna shoot me, but I would go to see my grandma.
Yeah.
And you know, there's I forget who was talking about this, but like, it's been 4 years, right? It feels like it was yesterday. But there's this like global. I think it was talking about how like, when you want to forget something, you have to suppress it. So we try to forget that time, but it wasn't that long ago.
Well, people still wear masks.
Yes. Yes, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're still wearing masks.
I was at Trader Joe's yesterday, or the other day. I was slapped.
You have to wonder what the end game is. So maybe I should ask them is
What they are today. They probably know.
yeah. But to what end? So how long do you plan on wearing a mask? Like for the rest of your life? Are you going to school? Because
Yes.
but do you have kids? Like, are you going to your kids masks? Are they going to wear masks for the remainder of their lives? What exactly is the end?
Yeah, like every successive generation of, if you have kids, it's just all gonna wear masks when they're born. Or like what age do you start to wear masks? Right? Is it when you do puberty blockers? Mask comes on? Like when exactly is that point?
Second round of childhood vaccines. That's when the masks come on.
I think up to number 4 or 5 now.
I don't even know.
They're number 9 for adults.
Yeah.
You're so by the way,
Yeah. You're either all in or you're out.
So now I got number 9.
A buddy of mine, he's on dating sites like Hinge and stuff. And he'll send me screenshots of profiles on these, especially in LA. It says proudly as a statement how many times they've been vaxxed and boosted. It literally says like 5x boosted. Don't message me unless you're all sweater. Yes. So they're literally, it's like a badge of honor.
I met somebody in, I met somebody in Maine. And it was her sister's sister. And she was talking about the COVID vaccines. I don't know how it came up. But she said, yeah, you know, it's funny, my sister was always vaccinated. Right, the anti-vax thing was largely like a hippie, liberal, right, non-conformist thing. With some, I think, very personal folks also subscribe to that. And so she was always an anti-vaxxer, except for the COVID vax. And now she's like, you know, triple boosted whatever.
Oh no.
She was willing to take the least effective, least tested vaccine. Without the others.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're actually.
You know, I was talking.
By the way, also, I think one of the things it's one odd question. All sorts of things that were once accepted, right? Is I used to trust my doctor. I still love it, but like I would trust any doctor.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't think like that their word was golden. And my members of my family the different countries don't quite have that level, that as a strict level of trust. And so, you know, they would always tell me things like, oh, you know, the hospitals are financially incentivized to keep you safe or keep you on treatments.
I have my own baggage.
I didn't believe any of that.
For everybody has it.
I think one good thing that came out of it is that it's awakening a lot of people to the corruption that we see in our medical
Yes.
and health institutions. And I'm not saying don't trust anything, but you know,
You have to be your own advocate.
I think we're no longer in the place where really good faith people like myself, who trust, you know, read relatively anything that the health world said. And now it's getting even more ridiculous with, you know, if you recall, COVID after the George Floyd protests after the COVID virus, right? The world was shut down. And then the message changed to, well, racism is a bigger virus than
Yeah.
Once that happens, I think you have to be an absolute idiot to believe everything that health authorities tell you.
Yes.
You have to be different, and you have to seek out intelligent authorities in the health space, intelligent doctors, and ask them questions to verify where they're coming from, right? And we're no longer in a place we can trust people and not question them.
Yes.
And you know, I was thinking about this the other day because some of my grandma, she has heart failure. She went in, you know, she was like swollen everywhere. She went in 3 days, she was out feeling great. I'm like, that's incredible that they were able to do. I don't know what they did. I was thinking how the pharmaceutical industry, and I don't know, it's just the thinking or the thought I had is actually accurate. But like, better treatment in a hospital is incredible. But I don't know how much that has to do with both medication, but they're trying to fix your body out of the hospital.
Yes.
Whereas pharmaceutical companies are trying to get you in the hospital or keep you on those things. So I think there's like a bifurcation between like when we talk about the medical field, it's not all bad.
No.
But you know,
It's overwhelmingly the good people.
Yeah.
And overwhelmingly people act with faith.
It's the schooling and who's influencing the schooling.
Yeah. So another big problem I think is the incentive situation, right? So and also a lack of a lack of attention to a holistic approach and to
Yes.
other sorts of so I think one of the big things people will say who are familiar with this industry is that doctors are all siloed. You know, if you're a ear, nose, throat doctor,
Mhm.
right? Your incentives are and just whoever can to make this result better. Without looking at how one thing you're doing affects other parts of the body.
Yes.
And you know, then you go to the medical doctors. The average medical student only undergoes about 15 hours of educational training. So in other cultures, one of the first thing a doctor, especially Asian cultures, the first thing a doctor will ask you when you come in is, what are you eating? We know almost every chronic disease that exists in America today, that's in America, all the top ones,
Comes
are
from the
related
gut.
to how you eat
Yes.
and your exercise, right? Your physical ability and how active you are. And to the extent we complain about the pharmaceutical industry or a lot of health problems, and they deserve some blame at least. I don't know if that's you give them this, but a good amount of blame, I would say. Doctors are incentivized to give you pills to fix your problems because that's what they're taught, right? You know, to a hammer, everything's nailed, right? And you mix that, I think, with some of this, with the lack of training on nutrition. You know, somebody told me that your average like gym rat has more knowledge about nutrition than your average GP.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Which I found too as well, because most doctors I've met either have like hot bellies or they have like two big arms. I haven't really met many doctors who are in exceptional shape.
Or we can talk about Bill Gates and his shape and what we're doing right now.
Right.
Same thing. Yeah.
So I think some of the incentives are misaligned. I think some of the training is misaligned. And there's obviously corruption in every industry. And when there's corruption in our health industry, it leads to some of those outcomes.
I would say that the food and the water that we consume is more responsible for our health than pharmaceuticals.
Yes. So anybody who's probably grew up knows that you can eat nothing but carbs, and you'll come back and you'll weigh the same, but you'll be like a couple pounds lighter, right? And we're going to go to Italy, where people who are overwhelmingly skinnier and slimmer and more healthy, at least as far as I've seen, than your average American. I think it's certain averages are
Yeah.
health. I think we have a quite a bit larger, longer lifespan. You go to Italy and like I remember asking for salad and they're like confused. And then finally, after like a astonished look on the way their face comes back gives me like a few leaves and like a couple of tomatoes. They were genuinely confused. And this is a country where like everyone I saw was skinny and or in good shape. And this is true in the world. And Americans are, was it 67% of American adults are overweight?
I believe so, yeah.
And a third are obese, and 20-ish% of the children are obese.
I believe it's 60% of Americans have a chronic illness and 40% have two or more on top of that.
So, and obviously we know that's what's allowed to go into American food. The chemicals and ingredients that are allowed to be in American food are banned in Europe.
Yeah.
That's probably the only thing they get right.
That's the
Yeah. And we should learn from them. We should absolutely learn from them. I think this comes back to the corruption aspect because big ag has a
stranglehold on our political system, and many politicians are paid for by them. And if you look at things like the food pyramid, which was a complete joke, had you eat like 10 bowls of cereal a day, like 3 loaves of bread and all that, right? Remember the biggest part of the food pyramid was carbs. Like
Carbs, yeah.
Processed carbs.
Yeah, destroying your blood sugar.
And so he came up with the USDA guidelines. I think 90% of them, what I read, yeah, it was 90% of them had a conflict of interest because they work for one of the big food packaging companies, and they were the ones who were relied on. They were the ones who made it, right? And you see that everywhere. The American Diabetes Association gave a seal of approval to soft drinks after receiving a big donation by
Yeah.
Coke has sponsored studies.
The Academy of Dietetics that all of our nutritionists are educated by, I believe they're sponsored by Coke.
Yeah. Coke has been notorious for sponsoring studies saying that sugar is bad for you, but that is.
Yeah.
And that's all over the place. The American Heart Association also got huge donations to basically sponsor healthy food.
Yeah.
So it's all over the place.
There's a South Park episode I just watched the other day, and I got a little bit upset about. But he's looking at the food pyramid, and he's like, wait, and he turns it over, he flips it over, and he goes, aha! And it's like, and I was like, well, that's so good.
Inverse pyramid.
Yeah. And I was laughing. I think they get so much stuff right. Like, I mean, the way that it's incredible. But yeah, but as we were talking about that, I was picturing them and the show flipping that thing over. And now it's like, oh wow, facts aren't bad for you. Oh wow, go figure.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It's interesting that I read about this too, showing the levels of corruption. Exposal. In the 1970s, it was trying to. What's that?
I'm not doing your active healing session. You're gonna miss.
Oh yeah. Well, no. I definitely want to see it. So we'll wrap up.
How miraculous is that?
Very interested.
Sure. I would love it to be longer. Oh, weird.
So we were watching a gentleman put some sort of
Is your phone hooked up still?
Or belt.
And so the way that inflation was calculated at the time was also different. And the eggs were going up a lot. And so he tried to pressure the health authorities into basically saying that eggs aren't good. Right? So you see a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was crazy.
That's wild. Well, Ashton, go in. Good manager, thank you for all 100 plus people watching. I hope you enjoyed that. Incredibly insightful. We went across all different levels of things happening, history, and yeah, make sure you share with your friends. Check them out. Ashton, what are your socials and all that?
It's the Ashton.
What are the fireworks?
Ashton, thanks for being on. We're going to go to a break for a little bit and apparently see a miracle happen. See what that miracle pans out.
All right.
think glasses glare, then I'll take them off.
Okay, sounds good. Welcome back to the Breakaway USA broadcast here at the REPLATFORM conference. We are joined by Dr. Jeffrey Benton and his revolutionary method of relieving stress and trauma. We were talking earlier today, and it sounds like a fantastic topic for the parallel economy, for Breakaway USA. So we're really excited to have you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us. So can you tell us a little bit about what you do and why you got into it, and a little bit of your story?
Yeah, let me sort of connect with the REPLATFORM, because we're here at this REPLATFORM conference.
Yeah.
So with this whole REPLATFORM conference, excuse me, it's about how do we sort of break away from the consciousness of what's been going on and the COVID and the fear. And so we're finding ways to not controlled by people. But what about our thought?
Right.
So I developed a technique, and I'll share the book here.
Yeah.
It's called emotional trauma release technique. And what I discovered is there's a mechanism of how all that chaos out there has to get into you, internalized. It's invisible. So all your listeners say, "What is he talking about?" But there's an actual mechanism, and by understanding how that mechanism works, I re-engineer it or reverse engineer it, and can get it out of you. So you can actually start living your life. Because even though babies are born, whole and complete and pure, all this rhetoric and all this stuff caused a lot of fear in a lot of us, and people were walking around with masks, and some people are still walking around with masks. There's birth canal trauma, divorce trauma, the loss of a loved one from COVID, angry that the big pharma and the government lied to us. I mean, what are we living in? We're living in, we thought America was the greatest, and everyone's lying to us, but in all the different layers that's been going on. So this is an important tool. It's subtle and yet it's powerful. I take before and after pictures of people, and they can sort of see the shift happening of what's going on. So I do it for the whole body, but this is the one more specifically about emotional trauma that sort of applies to the REPLATFORM conference. So I'm a chiropractor. I was born in Los Angeles. And I've been in practice for over 20 years. And this is part of my practice. I developed this because of a broken heart. I was dating a soulmate, and I didn't appreciate her. And we broke up. And then, literally 24 hours later, that thing, is it the Bette Midler song, that wind beneath my wings that lifted me up? Well, I crashed because I felt it go. I felt that energy go away. And it woke me up, and I chased her, and I cried out to God. He says, "No, I want her back." But I'm acknowledging that I caused it. She loved me. She felt that energy. She felt that connection. Years on, she stood around, and I didn't feel it. And I wanted her back. But not only did I just want her back, because it's to have a successful relationship, you can't just love someone. You got to trust someone.
Right.
So I don't have a doubt that she doesn't love me. She loves me. But can she trust me? I broke her heart. How are you going to trust someone that broke your heart? So this is a combination of crying out to God. I am licensed chiropractic, and a lot of hours and years of taking advanced courses of kinesiology and muscle testing, and I was at the Kabbalah Center at the time. So there's some higher tools of consciousness, how to reach those. Excuse me. And you put those all together with a broken heart, and this is born. So that's how this got developed, because I wanted her back, and then I did get it back for a while. It's like a civilian. I did get it back, and started doing things, and ultimately it didn't work out. But that's what this is. And then I started working on people. In the book, I talk about the very first person that I did this on. She was date raped. And I didn't know. I mean, I was just doing my muscle testing, and as you saw off camera, I was working on someone. I'd hold her arm up, and then you check different body parts, and I was hitting her leg, and her arm goes weak. And then I go, well, what happened there? And then this young lady, her whole demeanor changed. She goes, well, I was date raped, and that's where he grabbed me. Go. I go, oh, right. It's like, oh. And I didn't know. It's like, and then on the inside, I go, what do I do with that?
Yeah.
You know, but on that side, I go, okay. And then we spent over an hour and just resetting stuff and checking things. And then that one session, she was able to get over that. And then she was able to meet someone special, and she invited me to her wedding roughly a year later.
Wow.
So she was able to trust men again and get on with her life.
Wow.
So since then, I mean, that was back in 2000, the early 2000s.
Yeah.
So I've been able to refine it, and I finally said, look, I got to write a book about this thing. So this thing came out December of 2022.
Okay.
So it just came out, and I'm just slowly getting on stage and telling people about it and sharing it with people, because I'm sure a lot of people in your audience has some trauma of some sort.
Oh, for sure.
So then this book is on Amazon. On page 111, let me see if I can get it for you. So I have a little worksheet that they use, because this is not just how the story happened, but how to help yourself. This is a real self-help book. So I have, I'll sort of show it to the audience a little bit. 111 is the worksheet. You write down your painful memory, and then you have this little pain scale from 0 to 10. And I want you to rate it for yourself. And then earlier in the chapter, it tells you what to do. It's more of a meditative breathing technique, and then with your eyes open and eyes closed, because there's conscious with your eyes open, subconscious with your eyes closed. And then you re-rate yourself, and usually the numbers go down. And then stuff starts coming up. You can see some of the pictures. Some of the actors don't look as good as the befores, but then a little later on, more stuff clears out of you, and you feel lighter and better.
So these concepts, I know it's true because like this stuff has been around for a long time. I'm sure you're familiar with body or
Sure, right.
Dr. Sarno.
Exactly.
Yeah, I became interested in it because Lyme disease started picking up when I was 15 after a very stressful life. And right after about 2 years, and came back when I was 20 after another stressful period of life. And the only thing that worked for healing it was dealing with the system, the limbic system, sort of the emotional trauma.
Right.
And I think one of the biggest downfalls and great tragedies in modern healthcare, even in the holistic space, is that they cut the head off of the body and kind of separate physical symptoms from what's going on.
I know. You're right. And you can't. It's all connected. The emotions will control the body, and the body will control the emotions. And you sort of saw off screen, there were two examples. We had this very fit athlete that has this low backache that just doesn't quit. She went to everywhere. I said, okay, I think I know what's going on. And I did called an iliac compression test. And her pain went from like a 2 down to, I don't feel any pain anymore. I know what you need. And I tell you, medical doctors, sorry, clueless. Clueless. And in fact, my next series that I'm in post-production is 10 things your doctor doesn't know, but should. And in that, this is one of the big ones. It's an iliac compression test. If you press someone's hips together that has low back pain, and the pain decreases, they have a chronic ligament injury at the sacroiliac joint. Because all the medical doctors do an MRI of the discs. Okay, there could be some disc issue, a high percentage, high meaning 85% and higher. It's a sacroiliac, because I virtually guarantee you that if you have a disc issue, you also have a sacroiliac issue. Because if someone slips and falls, the ground, their one leg goes there and the other leg goes there. The joint that gets injured first is the sacroiliac joint. Number one, and then two is it's how you land, and then trauma to the discs and all that stuff. So it's all this fun stuff I do. So people come in here, and I get to, What do we have? And then this other patient, not just a participant that came by, and I was about to do, I was about to do some emotional thing, and then her allergy reflex was up. I go, well, why's your, what is that about? Because it shouldn't be. So when I do my testing, I always ask the body. So I use kinesiology, and I ask the body what's going on, and just like there's a self-diagnostic mode. The body has how to self-diagnose what's going on, just like your car's got a check engine light. The car still runs, but doesn't run as efficiently as if that check engine light is off. On that check engine light, it says that one of my sensors is a little offline, and then please go get it checked. So you go into your mechanic, and they plug in, their computer interface into the car's computer, and then it tells you what's going on, what sensor, where, and then here's what it's going to cost to fix it. Same thing with the body. So I've identified 4 main reflexes, and it's in the book, of what to check. And then once that's checked, then I can go on and go the deeper work. But on this lovely lady here, was never vaccinated, but did get COVID and landed in the hospital. No, I had the same thing. I was never vaccinated, but I got sick in May of 2021. Landed in the hospital, and I asked them, hey, look, I need to give me some hydroxychloroquine. I didn't know enough about ivermectin. Give me hydroxychloroquine. They said, no, it's not a protocol. I go, what was your protocol? And their protocol was to give me that kidney-killing drug called remdesivir. They gave me 2 units of that. They gave her more. So when she says, I said, look, what's going on? And then she gave me a little more hint. Well, they gave me remdesivir, and I checked her kidney reflex, and that's part of where things are hiding. So, it's, I think the human body, and the human body meaning the body, mind, and spirit, not just the body. We're not going to separate anything. It's all integrated. Making sure it works back to factory specifications takes a while.
It does. I know.
It's
about 4 years.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. I'll check you off camera or something like that, or on camera, and sort of see what we got to fix to tune you up.
Yeah. I know. I definitely have more work to do. My cortisol is really, really high, and I can feel it throughout the day too. Once you get rid of the Lyme, there's still a lot that you have to do.
Right. So then let's just talk about that. So what does high cortisol mean? It means that you're still cortisol is high when your stress levels are high, which means that your sympathetic system is high. That means you're sympathetic, and your body has a tough time relaxing. So we have to rebalance that. So where's the short circuit in that system? So that's one thing I would look at, and then so it's a process. It's fun, but then it's involved.
I've been doing that form of testing and muscle testing since I was probably 12. When I started having gut issues. So I'm very familiar with the practice, and I agree with it wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
And then as far as long COVID, we're helping her with long COVID a little bit, right?
Yeah. So in the long COVID, what we're noticing and what we know now is fact. Part of it's through Dr. Artis's research and work, and I think some others have come out. I think research from Italy and France. They took apart the vaccines, and I think they actually took apart the COVID-19, whatever you call that thing, and the fundamental base, the foundation, is based off of and synthetically created from snake venom. 2 poisonous snakes. One is the king cobra, and I forget what the other one is. But there's a base, and how does snakes kill you? They just bite you, and then they take their time. They play a couple hands of cards, and then slowly the poison toxin goes and paralyzes you. It affects your nervous system, which then affects your respiratory system, and then they come by you, 20 minutes later, okay, thanks, and starts eating you up. That's how snakes work. So they just wanted to kill you slower.
Yeah.
So there's molecular DNA-based sequences that line up with that snake venom. So what I brought with me to this show is a couple of bottles of snake venom homeopathic, and she needed some because, in fact, that's the first thing that cleared the allergy reflex. So you have an allergy, and then, well, why have the allergy? And then she says, well, I got sick, and then you guys saw it off camera, and I put this vial, get inner energy, took it away from her, got strong. See, it means that she was sensitized to anyone who ever had COVID. So she can be going around her day and feeling great, and then someone who was shedding, and then she was sensitive to it, but she was sensitive to it like 2 feet out from her body. So someone walks by within 2 feet, and and then all of a sudden she doesn't feel so good. She doesn't know why. So now we're desensitizing her to all those effects.
Yeah. What would you say to someone who thinks that dealing in energy like that is like really good?
We were talking about this earlier.
Obviously, I'm a believer because I've experienced it, but a lot of people haven't.
Well, okay. Should I give you the sarcastic remark first or the scientific remark first?
Give me the sarcasm.
The sarcasm is just grow up already. Just take off those rose-colored glasses, because Big Pharma is trying to say, well, this pill will fix it. And, and that's sort of based on, I forget the name of the scientist that says, 1 + 1 = 2. Our body is way more complicated.
Right.
Our body is energy based. And so here's the scientific proof. When they do an EEG, whenever they want to, measure your brain waves, they don't have to put the cap to touch your head. The cap can be a few inches above your head, and it will still measure your brainwave activity. MRIs are analyzing the energy spin of your molecules. I mean, you're lying on a bed, but the machine's not touching you. So how is that happening? Because we're energetic beings, and we are broadcasting different frequencies, and that's how the MRI machine knows what's going on. And that's how that EEG head cap that doesn't even touch your head can record what brain activity. So that's why we are completely energy beings, and health is the result of all these short circuits that are happening. Your body gets too many short circuits, and then the body doesn't feel so good because it's taken so much energy to get the receptor from your feet down into your brain. And then here's what I want to do. Because your body's going to want to survive first, thrive second. And if you break a bone, you go see a doctor, because if you don't, it'll heal, but it's going to heal inefficiently. Your body's going to then put a bunch of scar tissue, and your hand's going to be all deformed. You go get it set, then let it rest and let it heal, and then after that, then you go see somebody like me to make sure that the nerve sensors get recalibrated. Because every time you have a fracture or a bad cut, then you have to worry about the receptors getting recalibrated. For example, how many of your listeners, have some chronic pain ever since an issue? So the issue healed up, and all that's, especially if it turned this way. Okay. Right. And I call that the bobblehead syndrome. Did you ever look at a little bobblehead doll, like wing, 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 wing? So if I do a muscle test, and sometimes I hold them out and it's strong, but if I have them add motion into it, then it goes weak. So we were on these little vibration machines, and then one of my patients, who I cleared with, says, "Oh, my back feels a little worse right after I got on it, and now that I got off of it, it feels better." So here's what I have to do. I have to torture her. I have to put her back on it, find when she goes weak, and then fix it. And then that's not going to affect her anymore. That's an example. You can do that with any joint. I've had people with, ankle joints and wrist joints that it just hurts me. And then sometimes you have some people who have like a cut or a wound that just doesn't quite heal. It just, I don't know why it doesn't, or it keeps, the sore keeps coming back in the same place. Right. Same kind of philosophy and technology. You got to take why is it not? There's a reason why it's not.
Yes. So I've kind of wrestled with this for the past couple years. Do you think that some people, like their nervous systems are just born sensitive? Because a lot of doctors think that that's the case. Or do you think it's more of like trauma at womb, trauma at birth now that causes somebody to become sensitive and more susceptible to stress or things that would cause an illness or an injury that would then need healing by somebody?
Yeah, so I talk about that in the book, and I'll share some of that now. So if you're, a lot of children are too young to have their own traumas. So whose trauma is it? It's handed down. There's that whole thing, such handed down trauma. I've had enough examples. I mean, I worked on little girls and little boys. Why would they have cancer at this young age?
Right.
And if you really want to trace it, you have to trace it back. Years ago, and when I was working with an acupuncturist, and we were working on a patient in one of our satellite offices in the Valley of Los Angeles. And the mother came in with her two daughters, and the acupuncturist deals with thin needles, and the youngest daughter was just deathly afraid, just had one of those meltdowns of a thin needle. And it wasn't even going to the girl, it was going to the mother who was getting the treatment. So we sort of stopped, and I did some muscle testing with the daughter, and it just like tracked the energy breakdown from the youngest daughter to the middle daughter through the mother, the mother side of the family. Cleared it, acknowledged it, like acknowledgement heals. So acknowledge that you're healing, that's just part of the healing process. Acknowledgement heals, cleared it, and then I'll tell you, a few minutes later, the daughter walks up to the needle she was just deathly afraid of, picks it up, wiggles it, just drops it back in. And like it's done. It's like one and done.
Yes, I actually had a friend who his son was having such debilitating stomach issues that he was gonna die because he couldn't eat, and he went to a doctor sort of like you, and he said it's not the son, it's the father. So he healed the father, and then the stomach issues went away.
Yeah.
The son has been fine ever since.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah, be willing to be open to look at. Like it says it in the Bible. It says it a couple different times. The sins of the father will be handed down like 3 generations.
And Jesus, I think it's in Matthew, he says something about she's been healed from her.
What story is it?
It was her sin that was causing physical pain. So he forgave the sin and healed the physical issues.
Yeah. So how do you say that's not energetic?
Yeah.
How is that not all energy being passed down? And in the book, we talk about the scientific term for that is called epigenetics, above the genes. So the genes are just a blueprint. So if you can't, what are blueprints? They're just a schematic. The house isn't built on blueprints. The house is built on contractors coming, looking at the blueprints. Look at now, we need some beams here. We got to lay the pipe here and the electrical lines here. So then if we have, so we have the genetic blueprint, which is our DNA, and then you have the RNA, which are the contractors. But now if we have, a lightning bolt of trauma coming through, and then there's no to see that, it's called methylation, and you have some, we have, the blueprint instead of saying, this joint, then it says this joint. And then so it starts building this joint, and then the other protein that's supposed to bind to it can't bind to it. Then you have all these problems. So here's the really woo-woo miracle. You can reset some of that stuff.
Yes.
It's resettable, but you have to be willing to go to these places and an advanced chiropractic doctor to see it.
Love that. Well, I think that's a great note to end on. Can you tell our listeners where to find you?
Oh, you can, by all means, find me I have a YouTube channel. Look for the Light Touch Healing Center. That's Light Touch Healing Center on YouTube. Lots of videos there. And on my website, a couple different ones for you. www.etrt.org. That's short for Emotional Trauma Release Technique.org, etrt.org. or HoudiniofHealing.com.
Houdini of Healing.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
Isn't that good enough?
And then they can find your book on the website.
You can find my book on the website, on Amazon. I mean, that's where it is right now.
Okay.
So I don't get. And then actually, I'm a co-author of this one, also called Wake Up Miracles.
Mhm.
Miracles of healing from around the world. So we have all these different healers, and I'm one of them. And we share about our stories of how we got onto the path or some miracles that we've experienced. Really cool read too. It's inspirational.
Sounds amazing.
Well, thanks so much for coming on.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you,
thank you
guys.
for coming on. This is great.
And I'm glad you guys are here at the REPLATFORM. This is where Americans need to go.
Yes.
This is where it happens. Come next year to REPLATFORM conference.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay.
All right. We will head to a break, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. This is the Breakaway USA show, streaming live from REPLATFORM conference. This is day one wrap up. Day two wrap up. As you can tell, we're a little bit tired. We've met a ton of amazing people who are doing some really cool things here. And the parallel economy is booming. We heard some amazing speakers from Steve Kirsch to Chris Widener to just a ton of amazing speakers. So how did you guys think the conference went? Day two.
Great. I mean, I didn't sit in on the seminars, but interviews were
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good people, a lot of good things. You know, I'm excited to see where this goes, especially the next like 6 months to a year. See how it grows from places like this, which is really the breeding ground of this parallel economy.
Yeah. Well, this is just the first time that this conference has actually happened. So I'm even honored that we got invited. I'm honored that we're a media partner, and I really can't wait to see the next REPLATFORM after this. I think it's only going to get bigger and better. You have to be here next year. That's a fact.
That is a fact.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it'll be bigger and better and leaner. Again, like you said, this is the first one. So
Yeah.
excited to see what next year has.
We're hungry, so we're going to keep it real.
Adios, folks. We will see you tomorrow. Tune in.